What's up, y'all? Happy Monday. Happy Monday. It's Miller time. Oh, what a long day. I'm on here to lift up my spirits and yours. I did ask my wife about that word, specificities. I don't care, man. Y'all can fucking make fun of me not being able to pronounce a word. Specificities. It is the champagne. It's the champagne of beers. I didn't have time. Like, we have different or something extra, you know. Just didn't have time today. Had some errands to do. Let's say hello to the chat. Let's say hello to you guys. Shannon Four Eyes Davis. They destroyed my whole world. Is that a real fucking... Hold on, my fucking hair is... Believe it or not, my hair is getting long. So I'm trying to push it up out of my way. They destroyed my whole world. I wonder what that's about. No clue about what fucking Shannon Davis is up to. I know he lost his shit over that documentary about the Dungeoneers. He fucking was not happy. So that's a plus. That's a plus. Hail Matt Barr. Hail the chat. Hail the chat. Double hail the chat. Chat. Hail. Hope you guys are doing good today. Hail VC. GGW. Hail Matt Barr. What is GGW? What is that for? What does that stand for? What's up? I started watching a new show called Resident Alien. It's funny. It's funny as shit. And then the episode I watched last night, one of the characters answered the phone with a "What's up? What's up? Mono." Ting. Cheers to Mono. Okay. It's the champagne beers. Man, I mess up words all the time. Yeah, I do too. I mess up drawings and shit all the time. I'm fucking, there's only one perfect man. There's only ever been one perfect guy. And that's Jesus. And I ain't Jesus. So I fuck up. I fuck up all the time, right? Yeah. Give me a cookie. I need a cookie for my effort. It's funny how Shannon and these CG kinks thinks they can gatekeep something like indie comics. Is that what they're trying to do? I don't know if they're trying to gatekeep, but they're definitely like controlling it. Like once they got into CG, there's definitely like controlling of who's in it and who isn't. So I guess there is some gatekeeping, but it's just like CG comics is, CG is just not even fucking a real thing anymore, dude. Now it's just a spot for fucking weird internet people to like go to just fucking have drama. Like nobody's really producing anything. Angela, how are you doing tonight? I have no idea what we're going to be doing tonight. I have no idea. I did not plan. So I apologize for that. Like something on my fan. Sorry. I'm paying attention. Hey there. I've heard, right? Angela's she's been on a stream. Like, she has like a normal woman's voice. It's not like, hi, I'm Angela. I'm a 47-year-old woman who smokes and also loves whiskey. And she doesn't like, hello, I am Angela Curry. Nice to meet you. I don't know. I don't know if it is or not. I don't know. It's funny though. It's funny as shit. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but just like he has some sort of like shield so that everybody looks at him, they think that he's a human, but there's a kid in the town who like sees him and is like, yo, you're a fucking alien. I know you are. And at first it was just like, okay, well, this kid knows that I'm an alien, so I need to go ahead and break into his house and kill him. Like, it's fucking funny. Like, their back and forth is just fucking funny as shit. The kid eventually is just like, you fucking stupid alien, and the alien's like, you asshole, you dickhead, asshole. Like, he's like learning curse words and shit, and like he like practices fucking flipping the kid off and shit. It's funny. It's a funny show. So it's real funny. Did I say it was funny? I think I said it was funny. Sure feels like there was an attempt. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you gatekeep Comicsgate at this point. Like, if somebody wanted to come out and say, "Hey, I'm Comicsgate. Here's my comic," then I guess you could say you're Comicsgate. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know how they're gatekeeping it now. I don't know, man. I'm not burned out on comics. I love working on my book. I love reading comics. But I'm just fucking like burnt out on the whole Shane, Evan, Malin. Like, since I've been here, what, 5-6 years? Nothing's changed. They've just gotten shittier. So there's a certain point where it's just like, man, I'm getting fucking burnt out, man. I don't give a fuck. Hey, they said something about you. Hey, somebody called out head wound. Okay, at this point, it's fucking, it is what it is. Care to verify this? Oh shit. I don't know what's going on. Angela sounds like she's 14. Check her ID. Oh shit. What's the most violent comic book of all time? I don't know. Faust, maybe? Rock and Roll Ninja? I've got at least 12 severed arms. I've got at least a baker's dozen of severed heads in Rock and Roll Ninja. So I'm going to say mine. The first thing I was thinking of was maybe Faust. I remember Faust being like pretty violent, but I don't know. I mean, I guess you have to be like, what's violence? Just like people beating the shit out of each other? Like, I've seen some like, JLA episodes where everybody's just fucking throwing down, but like violence of just like straight like innards of people being shown and shit like that, and like just actual like blood everywhere. I don't know. Faust seemed a little violent. I don't know. That's a good question, I guess. It's a good question, I guess. Yeah, it was a Dark Horse comic. Resident Alien. No shit. No shit. I saw a commercial for Resident Evil. I don't know if we could watch it, but that looks interesting. I'm glad they're like going away from the Mia Jovovich, Mila Jovovich, Mia Jehovah Witness. Like that first Resident Evil movie was all right, and then the rest of them just got fucking dumb as shit. Like, but the thing is that the director and Mila Jovovich, like they're married. So, hey, honey, we're gonna make another movie, and you're gonna be in it. Okay. Same thing with Sherry Moon Zombie, like maybe like a House of a Thousand Corpses, but I don't know. After a while, like Witches of Salem sucked. I don't know. I mean, maybe if you're like married to a good actress, but how come some? So there's a new thing in here, right? So if this is, I don't know if you guys are noticed, but if I hit a chat, so like some of the chats are bright and some of them have been dimmed down, and I guess the ones that I've activated are now dim. So LOL, and then that becomes dim. Oh, okay. So now you know which ones we're hitting. TJ is making white suburban music. Good for him. Is that? At one point he was like, "Yo, I was in the music business, dog. I was in the music business." VC Nemesis is a crazy violent book. Yo, what's up, Garfield? How you doing, dude? Who? Okay, you have Garfield. What's that little purple fucker? What's the little purple fucker? For a musical people, they haven't made good music since they worked in the fields. God damn. Oh. I watched this thing about Elvis the other day. And yo, he like, I mean, I the black folks were like doing jukebox shit, you know, like the white people were like listening to like fucking Ben Crosby and fucking Frank Sinatra and just like weird croning shit and like, hey, you know, like mid-Atlantic fucking music. Like, hey, there's a really good song here. Hope everybody likes it. Gonna be a good music. Everybody's gonna put on the dancing shoes, you know, yeah. And then Jukebox and Elvis came out, and you know, Chuck Berry. Where the white women at? Chuck, where the white women at? Berry came out, and yeah, Elvis like was like pushing like jukebox music. Apparently, he like grew up hanging out at jukeboxes and shit, juke joints, like the one in Sinners. I guess they did rap, but rap is like not edgy anymore. You know what I mean? Like rap is like just another fucking genre at this point. I don't know. Angela. Everybody saying hello to each other. Isn't that great? Do we have a subject that we really want to talk about? Do we have a subject that we? Oh, okay. You know what? Yeah, fucking Invincible is fucking insanely violent too. There's like people like getting ripped in half and shit. But Hard Boiled, I think I've got a copy of Hard Boiled right over there. It's fucking, dude. There's like people fucking fighting and in the corners. Like, yo, there's like one shot. It's like a double page spread of a car going through a window into a auditorium of a bunch of people like fucking in like a fucking wrestling ring. Do y'all remember that? It was just like, what the fuck? So you're like looking at it. I remember when it came out, I was 15, 16. It was just like, was that a dildo? Are those people fucking right there? Like, what am I looking at? Like, amazing illustration. Like, I fucking love Jeff Darrow. But yeah, Hard Boiled is just like that shit's off the chain, man. But so is Invincible. Like Invincible is like the cartoon's pretty violent. But yeah, the comic book is like just fucking people getting ripped in half and shit. The Boys is a pretty violent, but like I kept buying The Boys, but only because like the first artist I wasn't a big fan of, but then they switched to the artist that finished off the series, and man, I really liked his artwork. So even though it was like over the top, goofy Garth Ennis fucking writing, I enjoyed the art. Frankie Miller. I met him one time. Where is the bouncer in this chat? I don't know. I see at least 2 people with como se dice, wrenches. Am I too low? Should I be up higher? No, I'm leaning over. Nemesis was good. Yeah, I don't like this. This is too high. Nemesis, I read. That's pretty good. Where like it's like a guy in white suit. He's like just a fucking psycho dude. Tim Vigil, that's the dude. Uh-oh. Praetor, you better say fucking hail back, brah. Most violent was probably a Garth Ennis. Like that Crossed. I only bought like the first issue of Crossed and was like, because it was like, oh, like Walking Dead was cool, Cross was cool, you know, or you know, not cool, but they were both out, and like I don't know, I like bought an issue of Cross, and it was just like, yeah, I'm good. I'll just stick with fucking Walking Dead. Like I'm not fucking getting into like just fucking dude. You like open up the first pages and there's just like people getting raped and eaten and stuff. It was like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Conan could get violent. Yeah, they got around around the Conan thing with the Comic Book Code Authority by printing Conan as a black and white magazine, right? Savage Sword of Conan. So since it's a book, or since it's a magazine, it's not technically a comic book anymore. They like got around it. I fucking I love Savage Sword of Conan, man. Goddamn derail. So like in the 90s when Image was popping off huge, I got like 3 long boxes of Savage Sword of Conan and Heavy Metal. Just fuck, like I mean, it was like just fucking Heavy Metals, a whole fucking box, and then fucking a whole box of fucking Savage Conan, and then like another box of both mixed with like some epic magazines and shit. And it was just like, yo, have you seen Rob Liefeld's Youngblood? And I'm like, have you seen fucking Meta Barons? Like, who the fuck cares about Youngbloods? Like, are you fucking reading Meta Barons? Like, this is fucking crazy, dude. Like, there's a story that's so fucking dope, and it's about this fucking writer who was in Vietnam, and when he was in Vietnam, he saw like a little kid like psychically crush a fucking helicopter, and he was like, what the fuck? And then later on, he's living in New York, he's a writer, and that little Vietnamese kid has come to New York, and he's grown up, and this woman is like using him to like control the triads and the gangs and shit. So like she would like bring gang members or gang leaders in and would be like, I want you to fucking be under my umbrella of control. And when they said no, she'd have the kid like fucking make him explode, right? And so everybody was like, oh, it's her power. It was a good fucking it's a good book, good story. Faust was a love story. Had a lot of sex. Mila Jovovich. Specifically Mila Jovovich. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure. I mean, I'm those movies are fucking pistachio ice cream, and I just prefer Rocky Road. How about that? I think it's a little more because people like them. I guess I don't know, man. When you got Mila like riding a motorcycle, wearing like garter belts with fucking machine guns, it's just like just fucking. All right, you do whatever. Yeah, that's what I saw too. Barbarian was good. That was fucked up, and Weapons was really good. Weapons was pretty cool. Oh, they're not married anymore? Oh shit. Who do I know that's single? Hey Matt, saw you in the chat on Eric's stream this morning. Did you enjoy it? Uh, uh all right, I'm gonna be honest. I popped in and was like, "Yo, what's going on, guys?" Because I was like I like woke up and you're not supposed to, but like I reached for my phone and started fucking scrolling through my phone and saw Eric was streaming and hopped on and was like, "Oh, what's going on? Good morning." Hail the chat. And then I got up and fucking and left. So I'm not I didn't catch anything of what he was saying. Sorry. What would that be a term for? Of like somebody just like showing up in the chat, be like, "Yo, what's up, everybody?" And then just fucking leaving. I had shit to do this morning. I had shit to do. I had to get up. I had shit to do. Oh, the boys is too nihilistic. Yeah, yeah. Apache, right? The Apache album. There's like some album called Apache or a song called Apache that's just been like clipped and reclipped and clipped. I mean, maybe. I mean, Kanye West has like gone off the deep end. I haven't fucking listened to his shit in a while, but um, he had a habit of like creating his own clips. I mean, yes, he did use some like Daft Punk and he did use some other shit, but he had a habit of like creating his own clips, and people were thinking like, "Yo, where did you get that clip from?" And he was like, I had it made. Like I got somebody who plays fucking blah 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 instruments and then had it made." Too bad he fucking lost his fucking shit. The purple guy in my portfolio picture is supposed to be a Garfield version of Star Platinum. In the anime JoJo, you can summon fighting spirits that are an extension of your soul. Since you asked, thanks, man. I've never heard of JoJo, but that sounds kind of cool. So you could be just stand there, and then your spirit comes out and starts fucking fighting. Now I'm getting lost. Now I'm getting fucking. Yeah, Nat King Cole. I think it's some futuristic TV sex show. What the fuck? We already heard this. Yeah, he hates superheroes. Oh, look at it. I start shaking. Oh, we got an earthquake. I like Tusk. Tusk was cool. Is that? Are we referring to the movie Tusk, or is that like another anime? Is that another anime thing? Gotcha. Remember the robots like fucking and shit? Okay, you guys are like talking to each other now. I'm sorry. I'm like getting involved in y'all's conversation. My bad. I mean, when people are getting like chopped up and shit, like some people are getting chopped up, other people are getting raped, other people are getting raped and chopped up. Like it was all over the place. So I was like, what the fuck? And the artwork, to be honest with you, wasn't that good. It was a little stiff. Is everybody having a beer? Or is it just me? My wife put some lime juice in my Miller Lite. I appreciate that. I didn't realize you said it high first. Oh, you guys are talking to each other. What story or book is this woman controlling gangs from? It was in heavy metal. And I think it was called The Eyes of Doom. Eye of Doom. That's what it's called. Eye of Doom. It's fucking dope. If you can like somehow find it, fucking check it out, dude. Because man, it's the artwork is phenomenal. Like it is like, I mean, I would be like, man, one day I hope I'm that good, but it's like, it's just not fucking. I don't know what's going on. It's not going to happen. But the same artist did the artwork for Meta Barons, and it's like line art, ink work with like, and it's painted with watercolors and stuff, and it looks painterly. It looks fucking amazing. Yeah, so it's not bad, right? I didn't see it, so I'm, did he give me a shout out? It's so weird, like watching fucking Zach like make videos about Eric. Not that I don't care what Zach is making videos about, but it's a little like why do you care what Eric's doing? Shrug. Saturday was good. Sunday started good, and then it went to fucking, I don't know, it went to shit a little bit. Actually, it was just me streaming. I probably shouldn't have streamed. I don't know. I was on like a fucking 3-shot mocha cappuccino, and was just fucking going off the hook. Just going off the rails. Like 3 hours. I was streaming for 3 hours. Crazy. Angela, what are the oranges for, Angela? Mine was good. How about yours? Like Neo in the Matrix. How dope was that? I remember just like being like leaving Matrix and being like, damn, that was fucking dope. I didn't see that fucking coming. And there was like another movie that came out at the same time that was like a VR movie. There was 2 movies that came out that just got fucking crushed by Matrix. There was like a movie called The 13th Floor, which was about VR. And then another little movie came out at the same time called Equilibrium. That it stars Christian Bale. You should fucking check it out. If you haven't seen Equilibrium, you should fucking check it out. I mean, they got something called Gun Kata, and I was just like, what the fuck? But it's funny. It's pretty dope though. It's pretty fucking cool. Okay. Is that what it was? The show and the double page thing. Yeah, that was crazy. There was like people watching, and then as the fucking car is like smashing, it's dope. Hey, what's going on, John? What's the deal, dog? I didn't realize I didn't drop the link. If anybody wants to hop in, feel free. Like and share. Maybe we'll have some fucking blood sports. I don't know. I'm just feeling a little not on edge, but I'm just like, I just feel like fighting. I just feel like fighting right now, to be honest with you. I never read heavy metal other than maybe a story or two. Never saw it available. Yeah. Like normally he's talking about like the birthday party clowns, and you know, when he starts like talking about like Eric July, I don't know. I kind of like not. I don't have a single Rip-a-verse comic, but I don't know. When I see, I'm like, oh, he's talking about Eric July. Like I don't really watch. If he wants to talk about other shit, I'll watch. But I prefer him talking about comics and shit like that. Yes, that's his name. I did not want to fuck up that last name. Juan Jimenez? Jimenez? So good. So fucking good. Yeah, I guess you gotta like, I mean, where's heavy metal now? I don't know. I mean, I'm sure local comic stores carry heavy metal. My comic book shop has back issues of heavy metal. So I don't know. Dark City, that came out too. I think that came out too at the same time, which is fucking, that was a dope movie. That was dope as shit. Like the only thing I didn't like, and that we're gonna get nitpicky. The only thing I didn't like was Keith Sutherland's acting. If you talk like this, and then maybe you, then I will teach you how to tune, and maybe evolutionary step. Like he was just like this weird, like chippy talky kind of thing that was like, it was not off-putting, but it was just like, why are you talking like that? Simple way of doing things. It kind of was like every time he started talking, it was like, bro, I've seen you in fucking movies, dude. I know you don't fucking talk like that. I don't know. He's like trying to be fucking Daniel Day-Lewis and shit, you know? Roman potpourri. But I did like Dark City. Like that would have been dope if the guy that directed Dark City did a Batman movie. But back in the day, not now. I don't know what the fuck he's doing now. Dark City. What else did the guy that did Dark City do? Has he done anything since Dark City? I act like I'm not living in the age of fucking Google and searching. Matt, I recommend watching the Raptor stream prior to Liam coming on. I think it would provide context to why that happened. Um Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I said whatever I said, and I've already talked to Raptor. Just FYI, like me having an issue with that is not me having an issue with War Campaign. Like, hail War Campaign. It's just, I was fucking pissed that they were just like letting Liam lie and not push back. And it's like, you know, is it their job to fucking stand up for me when I'm not there? Like, no, it's not. It's not another adult man's job to fucking defend me. But I guess if I was on a stream with somebody and they were just like making up just straight up fucking lies about, let's say I'm on a stream with Liam and Liam is making up fucking lies about Raptor and then mentions Raptor's name a couple times, I'd probably say something. Especially if I knew that he was like, yeah, I never struck Raptor's channel and I knew he was lying, I would have fucking been like, you're already lying, dude. You're already showing up lying. But there wasn't any of that. It was just like fucking, just let this fucking scumbag say whatever the fuck he wants. So it is what it is. But you know, just like I see like doormats and other people like, oh fucking, there's problems in fucking War Campaign. Like, no, there's not. No, there's not. It's wishful thinking. They want it to be that way because Comicsgate is a shit show. Like the Unity in Comicsgate is a fucking farce. The fucking Unity book is not going to get made. So, you know, it is what it is. But yeah, it was dope as fuck. Dope as fuck. And it's like, I don't want to be like, oh, is it all about you? It's not all about you, Matt. I'm like, bro, I know it's not all about me. But when somebody is lying about striking channels when they have actually struck my channel, and then they mention my name several times in the fucking conversation, like it's kind of about me. I'm sorry, I don't want it to be, but if he's lying about me and then mentions my name a couple times, I am a fucking factor in that equation, whether I like it or not. Zach needs to focus on his business. Stop worrying about Eric. It's weird. Zach said he loved all the Isom comics and then a 180 switch. It doesn't make any switch. It doesn't make any sense. I only talk to Zach about the work that we do together. He doesn't say anything about my streams or my tweets, and I don't say anything to him about his shit. Like, we just have an amazing work relationship where we just fucking talk about the books that we're doing, and that's how it's always been. We've never discussed anything outside of work, which, I mean, that's basically my relationship with all of my work clients. Like, I don't call up my fucking guy at ESPN and start fucking, did you see what he fucking said on the internet? Like, I just don't. In the city, in the city. Hey, Angela, how you doing, Angela? Hey, how you doing? I just saw 13th Floor a couple weeks ago. It may have been cool at the time, but you could see the story coming a mile away at this point in time. Yeah. You know, sometimes Hollywood will, if they hear that there's a project getting made, like, other studios will try to fucking like put a project in fast track. Like, you know, oh shit, so and so is making Abyss. What? It's an underwater movie with like some weird, maybe a monster or something. Okay, well, we need to fucking let's make a movie too real quick, right? Which, you know, Leviathan, Deep Star 6. You know what I mean? Like there tends to be like little things. So yeah, I think when they realized that the Matrix was getting made, people started like green lighting shit, and I think that was one of them was 13th Floor. I'm just speculating. I asked Jeff Darrow why he never worked with Miller again on a part 2, and he said he never asked me to. I mean, I guess the story is complete, right? It's fucking. I remember one time they were talking about making Hardboiled into a movie with Nick Cage. Fucking, there's like this weird thing of like, I like Nick Cage, but then I'm just like, fucking stop, dude. I don't know. There's something about actors, and I there's some conflicting feelings about it, because it's like, yeah, I get it. Like, as an actor, you spend all this time like trying to get the work, and then you're not going to say no to shit. You know what I mean? Because that's your whole thing. Like, yo, I'm finally working actor. But then you get to the point where like you're kind of overexposed. You know what I mean? Unless you're like fucking Daniel Day-Lewis and you're just changing your fucking look every time. Even, I mean, Mark Ruffalo could go fucking die on a dick. But like, in the beginning, I like Mark Ruffalo. Before he opened his fucking mouth, at the fucking Occupy Wall Street. Like when I saw him talking to Occupy Wall Street, I was like, what the fuck? But like I remember he was in Eternal Sunshine on a Spotless Mind, right? And then he was in Collateral, and he was in something else. And I had no idea that it was the same fucking actor, right? So in Eternal Sunshine, he's got like a fro, and he's got glasses, and he's like kind of acting fucking nervous and shit. And then in Collateral, his hair slicked back, he's got a goatee, he's like a fucking slick ass fucking cop. I mean, Tom Cruise ends up fucking shooting him, but spoiler alert. But Collateral was fucking dope. I think it was a Michael Mann movie. Michael Mann makes good movies. So, you know, I was like, holy shit, this dude's doing all these movies. I didn't even recognize him. I'm like, that's dope. Because I have a thing with faces. You know, it's like I may forget your name, but like I could see your fucking face forever. What's up, dude?
What's up, man?
So like, let me just finish this point of like actors, they start to get work and then they're like overexposed. Like an example would be like Tom Cruise, you know, where it's just like he's not really like doing stuff. You're just like, oh, Tom Cruise goes to space. Tom Cruise goes to Japan. Tom Cruise fights aliens again. You know what I mean? Like that movie Reacher that it was in, it should have just been called Cruise. It's like, what does Tom Cruise do between movies? He just like drives around and does shit.
Yeah, you always think he's over, but then he just somehow comes back. Yeah, you'll be like, you just wonder how he's making these movies over and over again. And I'm not really interested. Same with like seeing Keanu Reeves in a movie, an action movie. I don't want to see Keanu Reeves in an action movie, but these younger guys want to see him. I guess, you know, it's like these fucking kids that just had nothing to do on a Saturday night, just go out and see. Reeves or
I like Keanu Reeves and I'm just, but when I'm watching John Wick, I'm not going, oh, that's John Wick. It's just like I'm watching Keanu Reeves do shit, and I'm impressed by the shit that Keanu Reeves is doing because I know he worked hard. I mean, I know Tom Cruise works hard, but it's like, I don't know. I guess I like character actors better. Like I like people who like really change the way they're looking rather than just like, you know, being who they are. Does that make sense?
There's a big difference between like Arnold Schwarzenegger and that kind of action hero or Sylvester Stallone, which was the 80s, which was when movies were fucking popular.
Yeah.
And then nowadays, where it's like kind of small screen shit. So I don't know. I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, you know, it's like I went through, I worked on a lot of films and I did a lot of shit like that. So, you know, I've heard 1,000 things people talk about, you know, like I used to hang out with like producers and, you know, all those people, and they'll talk about a bunch of crazy shit.
Yeah.
And like, yeah, it's a weird business. I don't know. I mean, I don't know why Tom Cruise is making action movies, and he's a good actor. I mean,
yeah, because he can, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, okay, you can make him, go for it. It's just, there's like an overexposure of him. Like, I feel like most actor, I think it's like all actors, like they start making movies and then it's like, then they're not really the characters anymore. Like you're just like seeing them do shit.
Kind of, yeah. Sense? I mean, they bring an essence or something to the role for sure. And like, you know, like I think people are really devastated when like Bruce Willis kind of like got too sick and he couldn't perform anymore because people were still expecting Bruce Willis to, even that he'd kind of been in a bunch of shitty ass movies over the last.
Bro, I feel like that last fucking 5 years of his career was like a quick money grab. Like, because I heard he was already starting to get Alzheimer's side effects. You know what I mean? Like he was already starting to like feel it happening. Like he wasn't remembering lines, and they gave him like an earpiece to like fucking, you know, to recite lines. So I like wonder if it's like he just was like, let me just make a bunch of fucking movies real quick before I can't.
You could hire him for pretty cheap. Like it was like at a certain point, like I knew guys that were like producers that I worked with that had worked with him, and they were saying like, yeah, I think his rate was you shoot a movie and you'll shoot like scenes around him. So you can put him on the cover, you know, basically it's like they did the same thing with Christopher Walken back in the day. Christopher Walken would be in your movie for $5,000. It was incredible. It was crazy. That's how he got into a bunch of crazy movies. Like, I think that's how Tarantino kind of first, was looking
Balls
at
of
him.
Fury. Remember Balls of Fury, the fucking ping pong fucking movie?
I think that was after he got his rate went up, or but he just liked to do independent kind of crazy shit. Like he just liked to kind of do this independent kind of weird stuff. And some actors that way. But yeah, Cruise was like, I mean, not Cruise, but Bruce Willis was like, he did like a bunch of movies in a row, and like it kind of destroyed his reputation because people would go see any movie he was in because they liked him.
Yeah, they were all like straight to fucking Amazon Prime.
They basically they'd have him for one day, and they pay him like maybe it was $50,000, maybe it was less. I think it was less.
Damn.
Yeah, so they have him for
$50,000 for a day.
Well, that's his name. Well, that's what they're doing now with AI. So AI now is exactly the same thing. So they'll get some shit actor in there, and then they'll use AI to wrap somebody else's face on them.
Dude, did you see Val Kilmer is in a new movie?
Yeah, that's what they're saying. Yeah, that's where I've heard the because like SAG and all the unions are kind of like fighting it. They're like, yeah, this is bullshit. You should be able to like sell somebody's appearance or something like, it's like
the person should be able to like, I mean, I don't know if Val Kilmer was aware of it, but it's like, hey,
he was dead by then. Yeah. His daughter.
Yeah, but it's like, I'm getting older and somebody's like, hey man, we would love to like use your younger version, well, I don't know. Like, I feel like there'd be like a licensing deal. You know what I mean?
That's how they do it. Yeah. So they just license it. It's like
licensing appearance. But it's like I was calling out this a while back of like, because I know they've had like some movies where they've done it. Like there was an Al Pacino movie where he like makes an AI actress and they like pretend like she's a real person. Mm-hmm. I forgot the name of the movie, but like, I could see happening within the next 5 years of like a big movie coming out. And like the main star is like not even a real person. You know what I mean? It's like a compilation of like, okay, we'll get in John Hamm's fucking chin line, and we'll get fucking so and so's eyes, and we'll get so and so's mouth. You know what I mean? We'll just like create a character for that. I think
they already do that to a certain degree when they do animation, but it's like you see the CGI stuff they're doing, and they're definitely taken from real people and real things. Like they took real pictures of people, and they just kind of walk them a little bit. But no, I think it's just like the idea that you can get Al Pacino from like the 70s to be in your movie, and so it's like you kind of create these like real nostalgic movies, which is like I remember thinking like when they were kind of mentioning all this kind of work through, I was like, that's kind of what the appeal of the first like J.J. Abrams Star Wars movie was. It was like all these nostalgic scenes of like, Harrison Ford and Carrie Fisher. And then, when it got into the real story, it was like complete shit. You're like, I don't want to watch this movie.
The Force Awakens, I was like, I was in the movie theater going, is this a fucking retread? Like what? There's a new Death Star? Like what the fuck? Like, damn, JJ. Like, I know that motherfucker has some ideas. And I was just like, there's another Death Star and they've got to fucking stop it. I don't know. I don't like the new stuff.
No, I don't think anybody. I mean, I think I think that the first movie with J.J. Abrams, I think it was all about that nostalgia and just like seeing Harrison Ford back in the role. Yeah. It was just like, which is fun. I mean, I honestly, I remember seeing it like, in a really cool theater, like this giant screen and shit with a bunch of people, and everybody was excited. Everybody was enjoying it. I was even kids and families. So it was like cool to see him do it again because it'd been so long since you've seen Harrison Ford in that role.
And he was a fucking total hater on it, right? He was just like, I don't fucking want to do that shit anymore. Like at one point he was like, kill me. Like he actually wanted himself to get killed off, and like eventually was like, all right, I'll come back for Return of the Jedi. But there was like kind of like, just put me in carbonite because I don't think I want to come back.
Yeah, I don't think he was planning on doing it. I mean, I think who knows? I mean, I always suspect that things like that happen because they start reading they start talking to the studio heads and the producers about what they're going to do in the next 3 or 4 movies, and they're like, this is going to be total woke shit, and I want to be a part of it. I think actors, they pretend to be kind of like liberal kind of woke people, but then behind the scenes they're like, yeah, this is total shit. These roles are complete garbage. I'm not going to be a pussy. I'm not going to be this character. So fuck
Yeah.
you, you know. But they don't say that out loud. They just go, yeah, I'm just busy. I don't want to feel like doing it anymore.
I think
There's
Harrison really
professional.
took the job because he'd fucking crashed like a couple of planes.
Oh yeah,
Like,
he did that. Yeah.
that was fucking funny. I mean, thank God he like made it, but it was like, what the fuck? Like he's just like flying around, crashing planes and shit.
Yeah, I think he had some bad landing, but small planes are kind of hard. I think small planes, there's something about them. Like I think when the wind can really fuck with you in a small plane.
Yeah.
Fly you around, and you could, and like there's packets of like air resistance when you're up in the air, and when you're flying at a high speed, these packets can make you drop like, you know, really fast and do all sorts of weird shit. So it's like you have to be pretty experienced. You know, that's the reason why a lot of military guys are pilot, you know, actually go into piloting and do that kind of stuff, because they were just trained, you know. Like I'm sure you can get a license and you can fly a plane pretty easily, but to actually know all those, you know, bits and parts, you know, it can get really complicated. You can get, you know, like my dad knew a guy that used to fly a plane. He had a big old like property, and he actually had a landing strip. He turned his driveway into a landing strip, so he'd fly around all the time.
Fucking John Travolta.
Well, my dad said, I was like, oh, have you talked to the such and such person? My dad goes, oh yeah, he's dead. I go, oh, how'd he die? He goes, plane crash. I go, shit.
Damn. My grandfather had a Cessna.
I think it's common to die in the plane. I think that's, or the small plane, the Cessnas. I think, yeah, but I don't know. I mean, it's like motorcycles.
We went up, like he flew us somewhere one time, and I didn't like it as a little kid. It was like fucking, yeah, it was like bumpy and rocky. Like in a giant like airline, you're not really feeling all these pockets and stuff because the plane's just so big and the jets and everything, you know. But like a Cessna, dude, yeah, you're like fucking, you're like a bob on water. You know what I mean? You're like a crazy crosswind will fucking kick you up a little bit. It was stressful.
Yeah. I mean, I don't understand why we still fly. I think we have better technology where we could just do trains and shit, but I don't know. I mean, it's
what, you'd rather take a fucking high-speed train?
If it worked right, yeah. I mean, it's just like you can get up and walk around, and you're not like, I mean, anything to get away from TSA would probably be a good idea in some ways, but
yeah,
I think the idea that if you could travel to Japan in 3 hours or something on a fast train, I'd be into it for sure. Like that kind of far, New York in an hour or two.
My brother-in-law, he was dating a girl who was fucking like wealthy as fuck. At least her family was. Like her parents were involved in like strip mall building and shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's got to be money in that, right?
Dude, yeah, they're like, they make these strip malls, and then they like they're leased, like they build the malls or these giant, you know, outlets or whatever, and then they like lease out the stores, you know.
Right.
So we were going to a wedding in Northern Virginia, which it was like horse country. I didn't realize it was horse country until we got there, but we were like, yeah, we'll take a fucking Spirit Airline or whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? Like, well, and she was like, I can call my dad. And it was like, what? She's like, yeah, let me call my dad. And so like her family didn't own like a Gulfstream, you know, they didn't own a private jet. They like leased it. They like bought shares in like in like hours on it or something. You know what I mean? So it's like you pay money monthly, and if you need a plane, you can get it. But then that plane would like go do other clients, and then you know, does that make sense?
Yeah, no, like that guy Tim Pool. I remember I used to listen to him a little bit. He's kind of he's a piece of shit, but like stop listening to him. But he would say that all his guests would, or he personally would fly private, or you know, it was like that's what they call it. They call it flying private. And so he's like, yeah, it's about the same price if you have 5 or 6 people, and you know, you want to pay for first class tickets the last minute. You know, it's probably a couple $1,000s. You can get, you know, like you're saying, like some kind of Gulfstream or something like that, or some kind of jet for $10,000. It could fly you somewhere. And it's much faster. You don't have to.
Oh my god, dude, there was no TSA. Yeah, like the fucking plane landed, and we were like in the private jet terminal. It was just like the 3 of us. waiting, and then like the plane pulled up and the pilot came out, was like, hey, how's it going? And he knew the girl. He was like, hey, Carter. And then they started talking, and then there was like no TSA. Got onto the fucking plane. There was like beer, fucking Caesar salads and shit with chicken. I mean, like, it was decked out, you know. And then she was like, yo, could you do a hot takeoff? And he was like, okay. And a hot takeoff was just like, dude, as soon as like he got some speed, just like fucking went, you know, as hard up as he could.
It's a jet. Yeah, it's a
jet.
Oh,
dude, it was fucking dope because we were like, whoa, fucking shit, it was dope. And then, you know, then leveled off, but it was really cool. And then he cheated on her. He like cheated on her, and it was just like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? Because like we went to go to a wedding, but she had family in Virginia as well, and we like went to see her relatives, and they lived on this fucking crazy ass fucking horse farm. It looked like fucking like Land's End catalog. You know what I mean? Like it was just like everybody was wearing fleece and fucking knee riding boots, and it was wild, dude. Like you could just smell the fucking money. And as soon as we were sitting there talking to him, dude, you'd be like, oh, these people have no fucking problems. You'd be like, dude, all this fucking money, like this giant fucking gate, you have horses and shit. Like these people are chilling. Nah, they were fucking like bickering and like,
well, there's a lot of
you know what I mean? It was like fucking Falcon's Crest or something. You know what I mean? I was like, oh fuck, these people are bored.
Yeah, when you're super rich, and I know some people are kind of that, or families that way, and like there's a lot of obligations on you when you're rich to do certain things, like go to the right school, get the right education, become a doctor. Like your dad's a doctor, you have to become a doctor or a surgeon or something, or a lawyer. So that, you know, it's like you can't just go fuck around and become an artist, you know, like you did. You know, that kind of thing. They don't want that. They're like, no. Oh, no. They're like, you need to do something with yourself. You know, you're part of the family. It's like being like a Kennedy or something. Like,
yeah,
that's not going to play out. But
there's a documentary called Born Rich.
No, was it with Trump's daughter?
Yeah, Trump's daughter is in it.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah. And she comes off pretty good in that.
Yeah, dude, she's the only one who like has any fucking like common sense.
Oh, I think she's, you know, she knows how to play the camera just like her dad does. I mean, you know, look at who she's married to now. I mean, she can't be that damn smart.
Yeah.
I mean, you know,
that guy compared to everybody else, like you know, interviewing one guy who's like a Rockefeller, and like, you know, he's like scared that his fucking grandfather is going to cut him off at any minute. You know what I mean? And then there's another guy who's like family like owned the OTB like betting, you know, franchises, and like he was like, yeah, I've been kicked out of every fucking school that you can name. I've done every drug you could think of, and then the one dude who's like doing the documentary, like his dad paints, and he's like, you need to just like find a hobby and like maybe collect ancient maps. Remember that part where he was like, go meet this guy who sells ancient maps, and he was just like, what the fuck?
I forget that part. I remember that it was like the Bayer family was in it, and like, and they were just incredibly rich. Like I remember looking them up. Like it was like the pharmaceutical company people.
Yeah.
And it was like, and the guy was like, yeah, he's all, I've never done anything, kind of like, you could just he was just like, we just sort of like try to keep a low profile and not like destroy our stock portfolio kind of thing.
Yeah. Like don't fucking get your name in the paper. Like just don't. That's all they're wanting. Like don't get your name in the paper, and you know, don't kill anybody.
Well, yeah, I remember just thinking about real wealth in America, and I was thinking to myself, I was like, the people, like the real, you know, because like basically my interpretation of the way the stock market works is that there's maybe 4 or 5 really big families, and they own stock in everything. And so they own the stock. So they're diversified. And because they're part of the board of directors on a lot of these places, they basically just push everything around to wherever they want it to be. And so it's like the idea is that like the richest, most powerful people in America are people you don't even know. You never will, because they're just invisible. It's like you would think, you know, like, like they'll say Elon Musk is the richest man in the world, and he probably is. But when you get to like family trusts and stuff like that exist in America, he's not very rich, you know, or just really just general power, like people that could really push people around. Like You know, it's like there's people in America that probably have like, you know, family money from generations, like, you know, the Rockefellers, like you're saying, or the JB,
Morgans.
yeah, right, like the people that did the barons of back in
Mhm.
the day. And yeah, I mean, I think it's like one of those weird things. It's like you could be right next to him because he's just a nobody. He could be worth billions of dollars, but you just don't even know. And I remember meeting people like that in San Francisco. They were tech billionaires,
Yeah.
and you would never know. Like we'd go do interviews and shit for people, and
Yeah, I don't know
it
what
was
we
weird.
expect though. You know what I mean? Like I've met some people like, you know, who are fucking flush as fuck. Like they'll never have to worry. And it's like, yeah, they just look like fucking normal people. I don't know what to expect. You know what I mean? Like a fucking
Yeah, the
golden
dress in a pair of
aura. You
jeans
know
and
what I
a,
mean? Or like
t-shirt. Yeah,
jewels dripped off of them. But yeah, they were just like fucking sitting there with. It's like, what the fuck, you
yeah,
lucky
it's a
fucker.
weird dynamic. You know, it's like because it's weird because like money is like New York money is different than LA money is different than San Francisco money. It's really, you know, all those places all have different kind of, or even Miami money. I think New York and the East Coast, the people kind of show it off a little bit more, but I think on the West Coast they never show off the money. They kind
Mm,
of hide all that shit a little bit. You know, it's like for some, I don't know, really. I mean, you'll see a house or something like they live in a insane house with
yeah.
insane shit and insane car, but you know everything else. And I think maybe it's just they know that they want to have that kind of like blue collar feel to them because they know
Hmm.
Californians don't like that shit. They don't like
Mm,
people,
yeah.
yeah, you lose respect from people. They're like, oh, you're like that. You have that kind of money.
I had some friends in New York when I lived there that were they were from wealthy families, and like
Mm.
I had like no clue until I like went to their apartment, and then I was like, oh, what the fuck? Like one guy I knew, like he worked at the skate shop. You know what I mean? So it's like he's just another fucking dude, and and it turns out that his parents just wanted to get him a job, and they like owned uh like two ski resorts in Killington, Vermont. So they
Wow.
were fucking like loaded, right? And so this guy was cool. You know, we'd go skate and stuff, and he was like, "Yeah, I got a new PlayStation. You know, you come over to my place and see it." And I was like, "PlayStation? What the fuck is that?" Like, he got one of the first ones, and like, he lived on Park Avenue.
Yeah, that's what you
Like
got,
his,
right?
like he was like, "Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm at 17 Park Avenue. You know,
I
just
got a
go in
really
there and
good
ask for
view
so and
of
so."
the park from my
Oh,
bedroom.
that's the second story. So this guy was just he was just like on Park Avenue, right? But like,
Yeah.
I go in there and the doorman is like, "Yeah, what's up?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm here to, I'm here to see Nick so and so." And he's like, "Okay." And like I go to the elevator and I was like, "What floor?" And he was like, "Don't worry about it. I got you." And I was like, "What the fuck?" Okay. So I go into the elevator and like the elevator goes up and like opens up to their foyer.
Mm.
Is that the right word? Like
Yeah,
they're
basically
fucking
entrance.
yeah, the entrance way to, and like their whole apartment was like the whole floor. And it was like, what the fuck, dude? Like I didn't know you were fucking loaded, bro. Like what the fuck? Like why am holy shit. Like he had there was like a fucking Jackson Pollock painting, dude. He had like it was like holy shit, dude. Like structure like it was a wild, dude. It was really wild. And then this other guy that I knew, this guy named, you can look up Jefferson. His name is Jeff Pang, Pang. He
Mm.
skated for Zoo York, and he was a buddy of mine. And like his parents had an apartment in the Essex House, which is Park Avenue South. So same thing. I go into his building, and he was like, "Yeah, Tony Bennett lives on the floor below me," and I was like, "Get the fuck out of here." So you go to his house, to his apartment, and of course it goes up to his floor, and it opens up. Totally different like aesthetic, but like again, it opens up to like their fucking house, like
Yeah.
not like, here, let me go unlock this door. It was like, yo, that was their fucking house, but that had like fucking marble. It had like marble pillars. It was like a completely different like design aesthetic, but all the windows fucking pointed to Central Park, and it was like, fuck, dude.
It is crazy when you go. I used to work in New York a bunch. I lived there for a while. And I used to work, and we used to go shoot. You know, we'd rent out apartments to shoot in and shit.
Mhm.
And it is weird when you walk into one, because like, my apartment I lived in was complete shit. It's like,
Yeah.
and you
Yeah.
think everything else is complete shit. And then you walk into these places and they're like real houses. It's insane.
Mhm.
It's like you're like, oh, why would you be rich and live in New York? This is a total shithole. And then you go and you go into one of their apartments. You're like, oh shit, this is pretty cool.
Yeah,
This
dude.
is looking crazy.
When I was like working and delivering to people's apartments, I was always interested in like going to the apartment and then like looking out their window. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
they'd
yeah.
be packing a bowl and I'd just like walk over and I'd just like peek out of their window and like, what's their fucking view like? But dude, I would like walk into like a fucking shitty apartment with like a loft bed built over it, and like the sofa.
Mhm.
And then I'd walk into like places that were just like full floor lofts,
Yeah.
and it was just like, what the fuck do you do for a living? You know what I mean? It was like, oh, it was just like, what the fuck?
There's some old school money in New York for sure, man. There's some
Yeah.
really old school
And
money
some
there.
stuff like I went into one floor and the guy was like, yeah, I bought this in the 70s for fucking like next to nothing. And it was
Mhm.
like this giant ass fucking like a floor in Soho. Like,
Yeah.
and in the 90s Soho was like fucking chic and it had all the galleries and the boutiques and shit. But I guess like in the 70s it was just
Yeah,
a
you get shot,
shithole.
killed pretty easy.
Yeah, and like there was these floors were like factories or whatever, and then the people would just like leave,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
then
yeah.
they had these things. So if somebody showed up with like, yeah, I'll give you fucking 20K for a floor in your building, people would like take it,
Well, yeah, it's weird because you watch those old movies like from the 80s where they're shot in New York, and like, or the 70s and 80s, and like it'll be like somebody's like struggling, like they're like a poor person, like a musician or some kind of artist, and they live in these giant like warehouse spaces in New York City. I'm
Yeah.
like, what the fuck is going on?
I got to live in a warehouse for like 6 months.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean it was like it was in Brooklyn,
Mhm.
and it was five of us, and we had like the floor. It was like we had half of the floor, right? There was some DJs or something on the other part, and they seemed
Mhm.
pretty cool. But we had like a whole floor, no walls, right? Like it was
You just put up
basically
curtains between bedrooms, kind of.
not even, dude. It was like that fucking like ghetto was like, all right, that's your corner. All right, that's your corner. And so like, I would just
Yeah.
like put my bike against the corner. My futon was in the corner. Like it was just all my shit was in one corner. All of his shit was in one corner. And in the middle of the loft, we had and like this wasn't like a nice, like it was like shitty brick walls. It was cold as fuck. It was hot as fuck. The floors weren't like sanded and finished. They all looked like shit. But in the middle of the floor, in the middle of the the area, we had a TV, an N64, and GoldenEye, and we fucking would like play fucking GoldenEye all the time.
Yeah, yeah. I had a buddy. We used to go to his house and just play GoldenEye every fucking day. It was crazy
But we would,
for hours on end. I,
yeah,
I, I
dude.
I only did it for like a week, and then my buddies would always be there. I'm like, dude, don't you want to go do something? No, I'm cool.
Yeah, we of course we left, but like, yeah, you'd sit there, but like, dude, we would like fucking put money on the top, like play for like, for a couple bucks, dude. We play for fucking money.
Shit.
And then we got two pieces of cardboard and we cut them so that it made like a T, and then we fucking duct taped it on the TV so that you couldn't see the other person's fucking like screen.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean? Because you can play GoldenEye, you can like look over and like see where your guy is,
Mhm.
where
Yeah, especially
your
memorize the
opponent.
map. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so you would just be like, yo, man, don't look at my fucking screen. So we ended up like getting a fucking two pieces of cardboard and duct taping them
I
on
never
there.
even thought of that. Yeah, no, it's like that's crazy.
Yeah, that was pretty dope. I remember one of the guys was into music, and he had like a Mac, and had like Pro Tools or something. And this was like early Pro Tools. Like I remember like going over there, and he was like dropping notes in like a chart kind of a thing. I was like, what the fuck are you doing? He's like, I'm trying to make a beat. You know what I mean? It was like, I was like, oh,
Yeah,
shit, that's
yeah.
kinda cool.
When you do like drums or you do like it'll just be, it looks like a grid. And you just lay out the grid, and so
Yeah,
the
and
drums.
the little line would go across and be do, 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 do. I mean, you could see it
Yeah.
now in like Garage Band and other like Pro Tool stuff. It seems it's like kind of common.
Yeah, MIDI kind of programming.
Yeah, but at the time I was like, what the fuck? This is like 98 maybe, you know what I mean? I was like, whoa.
Yeah. No, it was weird seeing like technology come out. But actually, it was so expensive too. It was like everything was
Yeah.
crazy expensive. But
Yeah, because I was like, yo, let me fuck with that. And he was like, no. He's like, don't touch my fucking computer. I was like, all right, dude.
But yeah, I mean, you could get a job in New York and you could be making like, you could be kind of a normal job and be making like 100,000 a year. You know, it's weird. Like the medium range of work, a medium like pay annual income is 100,000 a year in New York. It's probably more now. Yeah, it's crazy.
You almost need that. I mean, like the rent was insane.
You gotta hustle, yeah.
Like I had I guess my uncle had some money. So the first place that I lived was in Gramercy Park. So my uncle had an apartment in Gramercy Park and had access to the park. That was fucking dope. And then it was like I needed to find a place of my own. So I found an apartment. I found a room in an apartment in Stuyvesant Town. Have you ever heard of Stuyvesant Town? Do you remember Stuyvesant Town?
No, really.
It's on First. It was on First Avenue, and it was basically like white people projects.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was like white people projects, and it was just like, oh, this is Stuyvesant Town, and it was like from like 12th Street to like 18th Street or 19th Street on First Ave. Really nice fucking buildings and shit, really well groomed. But it was like a 10-year waiting list to get an apartment in there. Huh. And they were, dude, it was like a 3-bedroom apartment. I had my own room. It was nice and spacious. I felt it was kind of spoiled. You know, I was like, oh, this is the shit. And then
how'd you get in there? Just through your uncle?
No. I went to like the SVA had like a billboard that was like looking for roommates kind of a thing.
Oh, you just got as a roommate in there.
Yeah. So I was like, oh shit. I was like, you know, I don't want to live in another borough. I'd like to stay in Manhattan. And so I just saw that one and picked it and pulled it off and called the guy and went and met him, you know, and like hung out with him for like an hour or so. And he was like, yeah, man, that'd be cool if you moved in. Yeah, it was weird, like moving in with a fucking stranger. It was kind of fucking like
when you're in your 20s, it doesn't make a difference, really. You're like, oh,
nah, I didn't care. But you could look him up. His name was Orville Davis. My name's Orville Davis. I'm a honky tonk man.
What did he do?
He played fucking honky tonk music, dude.
Oh, and like, you just played around New York or something?
Yeah, like so, like during the day, he was a drug counselor for the city's school system. So I guess he would like go to different, you know, that was his job during the day, and then at night he played honky tonk at different bars in the city.
Yeah, New York is fucking crazy. So was this place like is it called the Stuyvesant? Is that what it's called? I remember there was like around is it called Stuyvesant?
Stuyvesant? What are you talking about? The place that I lived?
Yeah.
Stuyvesant.
I remember driving down FDR and you'd see these towers. Is that what you could see?
Yeah, they look like fucking projects, like red brick.
Yeah, they look cool.
Towers.
Yeah, I know. It was like, it's like an East Village in area.
Yeah. Like once you could just start going, and then you like head down into Alphabet City. Wasn't that far off. But yeah, so like Orville Davis was playing honky tonk music, so he was like he'd be writing music, you know. So I would just like I'd come and go, and he'd be like, "Hey, how's it going, Matt?" I'd be like, "Hey, what's up, Orville?" You know what I mean? It was pretty chill.
Yeah.
I think I paid like $600 for that room, and that was all right. And then his daughter moved in, and his daughter was like a fucking former playmate. No lying, dude. He was like, yeah, she was in Playboy at one time. Not like as a playmate, it was like one of those like lingerie, you know, Playboy lingerie specials, and each page is a chick, and she was like one of them. She was cute and stuff, you know, good girl. But
You know, musicians always kind of hook up with these girls, at least for temporary time.
yeah, I mean, this was his daughter, you know what I mean?
Well,
But
no, I
yeah,
mean, I bet you the wife or the
yeah,
mother.
I saw a picture of the wife.
About.
She was a cutie pie. And what's funny is Orville Davis used to be like a rocker in the 70s in a band called Hydra. So like it was like he used to be like fucking classic rock, but now he's doing honky tonk fucking Western stuff, you know. And like he had like a thing where he was like part Indian or something, like he wore an Indian choker and shit. I'm not kidding, dude. Like he's like,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
I got me some
80s.
Cherokee in me, you know, I got some Pawnee in me. So he was like wearing the fucking Indian choker. I didn't care. I didn't give a fuck. But then he did get a girlfriend and she moved in. So there was 4 of us in this apartment, and she would do like fucking passive aggressive shit, like write notes and put them under my door, you know,
really?
like complaining about shit. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And then finally, like, I got a note that was like, "You ate my fucking chocolate cake, and I don't appreciate that." And I was like, "I don't know what the fuck you're talking about," right? And I finally was like, "Orville, what?" Well, I was like, "What the fuck is this note?" And he was like, "Yeah, I ate the cake." And I was like, "Dude, I'm fucking done. I'm fucking out. I gotta bounce, bro. Like, this is fucking just like too much." And also, we got like a fucking eviction notice at one point, right? And I was like, "I'm paying you fucking rent, dude. Why do we have an eviction notice?" So at that point, I was like, I gotta get my own place, and I moved into an apartment on 9th Street between like A and First or something like that. It was like above a magic store. It was like a store that sold like fucking crystals and incense and weird shit. You know what I mean?
That's
Like
East Village, right?
yeah. But yo, that apartment, I was paying like $900, bro.
For your
like
own place?
fucking, yeah, $900. Like 4th floor fucking walk up. The apartment, dude, was just bigger than my fucking office. Like there was no shower. There was a tub, and I can like sit in my tub and reach over and change the channels on my TV. and when I had to take a shit, I couldn't close the bathroom door because my knees were sticking out of the room. Like the bathroom was like just the fucking toilet. And yeah, I couldn't shut the door because my knees would be sticking out of the fucking bathroom when I was sitting down. And then I was like, yeah, this is fucking this sucks. And then I ended up like fucking just like biting the bullet and moving out to Queens and got like a decent studio. And that's where I was at for the rest of the time.
Yeah, Queens is really a dangerous place. Yeah.
Is it?
Well, I mean, right. I mean, it's like when I was there, it was kind of like, once you kind of went a little east, like you went to Queens, I remember it was a super ghetto. Like things were just really, maybe I'm thinking more like east of Queens or something like that. But
I guess it depends on the neighborhood. You know what I mean? Like I lived in like a fairly nice neighborhood. Like Woodside is pretty chill. Woodside was chill. I took the 7 train, the 46 Bliss.
Yeah, I mean, I remember just New York was such a weird place because I mean, they throw me in different places to work, and so it's like you go in those buildings that are like pre-World War II buildings, and like you're saying, everything's just tiny, like everything is small, and then the elevators are super small. You're bringing equipment in and out and all this kind of crazy shit. And I remember just being like, yeah, this is fucking so. I mean, I grew up in California, so I'm like, everything's new in California, and I was just like, this is such a weird place, dude. It's like. New York is like so different too, because it's like, I mean, it's a big city, and it's probably the big city, but like, it's like we'd go to a club or something, and you'd walk into a club and you walk downstairs, like you're on the street level, and then everything's all these buildings, all these places are below. You'd walk down, or even like when you're walking around, you look at the fucking all these crazy ass like, the people that on the bodegas would have their little gates open. They open up their little basement area where they load all the food in. And so you're just like, wow, this is so crazy how tight everything is.
Yeah.
It's all so compact. But yeah, I mean, I remember going like, like stand-up comedy or concerts and shit, and it'd just be a little room, like a little tiny room
Mhm.
underneath something, like in the
Yeah,
in the
dude. So
basement. It was just
you've
so
been to
weird.
the
There's so
Comedy
many of them.
Cellar? Did you ever go to the Comedy Cellar?
I don't know. Yeah, maybe. I don't remember if it
We
was.
went. Yeah, I had some friends come visit me, and we ended up going to the Comedy Cellar one night, and it was like down a basement, like down some stairs, underneath another, like underneath the restaurant, and it was
Mhm.
fucking tiny ass room, but like, dude, we saw like Dave Attell, fucking Damon Wayans fucking showed up, dude. It was like we were like sitting there like, what the fuck? Like celebrities were like rolling in, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I'll never forget the guy who was like who what did you call it? Like the host, the person who would like come out and talk, make a couple of jokes and be like, okay, our next comedian is this person. Like that guy was the dude from The Hangover who got his tooth knocked out.
Oh, really? Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
and he was also in The Office.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
he was
I
in the
know the
like
actor.
the
I can't use his name,
you
but
know what I'm talking. I don't remember his name, but I remember
yeah.
him like because I he like saw
It-
us in the front row and he was like, "Oh, look at you guys! Like I could just like see the fucking smoke of fucking weed coming off of you. Like I could just smell you fucking guys like from the stage." And he was like I bet you guys got a pet. I bet you guys got a pet lizard or something. Like he was just like fucking cracking on us, and it was like so. It was funny as shit.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I imagine like being in New York, it's like you just kind of like move around a lot. There's just like, there's a lot of drugs and just a lot of just like people moving around, just doing shit all day long. For me,
It's a city that never sleeps.
yeah, I mean, it was very fast paced for me. I remember just being like, wow, there's a lot of shit going on.
I
It's like,
loved it as a fucking young 20-year-old person, dude. I
yeah,
was,
yeah, yeah.
and as a teenager visiting, dude, I was fucking, dude. I love the city, dude.
Yeah, I was
I
much older.
loved
Yeah,
it.
yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I
No, I
liked
was
LA.
older.
I liked LA. I thought it was okay. It's not a
LA,
walking, not a
yeah.
walking city though. You don't walk anywhere in LA.
If you're in the right area, it's fine to walk in. But yeah, yeah, it's easier to be in a car, especially if you have to go somewhere. But yeah, you
Yeah,
can't jump on. There's no subway. So,
there's no
there is a
subways,
subway system, but it's total shit.
and I guess they're like the freeway like cuts it off too. There's like because like I landed in LAX
All right.
and I was supposed to go to Culver City
Mhm.
and was like, oh, that's not far. I can fucking walk.
No, 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 no.
Dude, they were like, I ended up being like, yeah, hey. And they're like, dude, you're playing. Like, where the fuck are you? I'm like, I think I'm lost. And they're like, where are you? I'm like, that sign says Inglewood. I don't know. Where the fuck am I?
Oh
They
yeah,
came and
yeah,
like, and fucking, and like picked me up. And they're like, yeah, you could just called us. And I was like, I don't know. I was, used to New York. I thought I'd stroll. I thought I would, take a walk. But I ended up like once they like got me to the hotel and like got me situated, then I did like take a walkabout. But
yeah. Culver City's nice.
Culver,
I mean,
yeah, it is. I say the Culver City Hotel,
hmm.
which I guess at one point it was like the hotel where they like housed all the dwarves for fucking Wizard of Oz. That was
Yeah.
and dude, and when they told me that, I was like, oh, there's a hotel and all the dwarves stayed. I was thinking there'd be like little beds and shit. It wasn't. Everything was like fucking normal size. I was like,
Yeah, there's a lot of history in Hollywood and that area, and like it is it's strange for that reason to a certain degree. It's like there is a lot of weird stuff that because like everything was kind of built around the studios to a certain degree because they were the first big thing to be there,
mhm.
and so a lot of stuff was built out. Like it's funny because now like all the beach and everything else is like most expensive houses. Like all everybody wants to live on the beach and wants to be in that area.
Yeah,
But originally, those were all just ram shacks and nobody wanted to live in. Like Venice Beach wasn't popular. None of the places were popular because everybody wanted to live next to the studio. And it's like what I'll go to the beach if I want to go to the beach, but I'm not gonna. There's no way of traveling because cars weren't that great. And then another time,
mhm.
it's the '50s or something.
What part of California are you from? If I
Originally,
may
San Francisco area. Yeah, originally
Okay,
San Francisco.
I've
Hmm.
been to I've been to San Jose.
Yeah, yeah, South Bay. Yeah.
Yeah, which I was like, is this? They were like, yeah, it's in San Jose. I was like, San Jose, is that Mexico or Texas or something? They were like, no, there's one in California, dumb fuck. I was like, oh, okay. Yeah. They like that was pretty dope. Like they flew me in, and they gave me a rental car, and I worked there for a while, and that was cool walking around. Like once I like finished like the shit for the day, once I finished like, you know, the shooting and all the stuff that we were doing, like I like took a walk around San Jose, and I was like, holy fuck, it's the Adobe building, like Adobe Photoshop. You know what I mean? I was like, holy fuck, the Adobe building. I was like, holy
what
fuck.
year did you go?
Super Bowl 50.
Oh, I think I worked the same thing in San Francisco. I worked the same event, but I worked in San Francisco.
I guess it was in San Francisco, right?
No, it was the stadium
in San Jose.
The stadium's right? Down in Santa Clara, which is next to you, or where you were next to San Jose. It's in Santa Clara, which is right next door. Yeah. That's where the stadium is now. It used to be in San Francisco for a long time, but they had all these big events going on in San Francisco, like all these like corporate kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. So it was like we were just roaming around shooting crap all day long, you know, just doing these silly like little events, you know, like
reels and shit.
Yeah, just do events with you know, they fly in everybody, all these mega stars and these different people, and they have these events. So it's like they just want you to get like, it's almost like getting wedding video crap.
Yeah,
that thing was, you know, it's just like it was just, you know, they call it spray, you know, shoot.
Yeah, I gotcha. Yep,
you spray it down. Well,
yeah, that was fun. And I got to go to Santa Cruz for a day because we did it, and it was like I had a day off. Like it was like, okay, we're done with all these fucking tarp paintings. I was doing tarp paintings. Once we had like finished them all, it was just like, yo, do I have anything to do today? And they're like, nah, we don't have anything scheduled. And I was like, all right, well, fuck. So I just like, I took the car, and I knew somebody who lived in Santa Cruz, and like, I went up and saw him. And that I was like, I thought that was fucking cool as shit. Cause we went down on the beach in Santa Cruz, and like, I saw these fucking giant sea lions, which I had never seen a sea lion before. And they just had them all on the pier. They were like underneath the pier. It was fucking crazy, dude.
They're in San Francisco too. They're all around. Like, San Francisco has a Pier 39.
Big, dude. They were giant. Not like, oh, look at the baby seal. These were fucking like elephant seal looking things, dude. It was wild.
Yeah, California takes care of its wildlife for sure. They take care of all their shit. But yeah, I mean, you have to imagine. I mean, it is weird though, right? Like San Francisco and just in general, like especially San Jose is new. Everything's new, right?
Yeah, it felt like right? The whole city felt like a planned community.
It's because it was
like it felt like Lego Town or something, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, that's what I noticed when I went to the East Coast and went to New York. It was like, I was like, this shit's super fucking old, dude. Like, this shit's like super beat to shit, dude. Like, because I mean, coming from California, those cities are not even that fucking old, and you know, it's like they've been rebuilding the 101. You know, it's like the 101's it probably, you know, it's old, but not what it is now. I mean, it's like the 405 here in LA. It used to not be that big. Like, nothing was that big. Everything was, you know, it was like the population's grown so much, and they've changed so much shit here in California. It's just strange, you know. So everything is just like, you know, it used to be open spaces and just a lot of natural shit, and now it's all just tons of fucking crazy people. You know,
I remember we were like working, and this fucking lady came in and was like just being shitty because of where I parked my car. I just remember being like, I thought she was somebody. Like she came in and had like a clipboard. You know, I was like, maybe she's fucking a producer's assistant. You know what I mean? You're just like, you try to be cool because you don't know who the fuck is who. You know, you don't know where they are on the food chain.
Yeah, they're the client. You do what they tell you to do. Right?
Yeah. You know, so I was, you know, like, I was like, what? I was like, who is it? I'm like, who are you? Finally, you know, I was like, wait a minute, who are you with? Like, I'm with my boss. And I know my boss is with fucking ... Like I knew my chain of command, and I was just like, who are you? And she was like, I'm from the store next door. And I was just like, okay, you need to leave. You need to get the fuck out of the space. This is a closed area. You need to get the fuck out. And she was like, just fucking sassy as fuck. And I was just like, you need to move. I'm like, I'm not moving the fucking car, lady. So get the fuck out. Like I totally went into like New York mode. I started talking real fast. I was like, I'm not fucking moving my fucking car, bitch. Get the fuck out of my fucking space.
Well, yeah,
It's
it was like
funny.
either, if she could tow it, she would tow it.
Oh
And,
yeah, yeah. And then, but
but-
I went, and then I went to Hoboken, not Hoboken. I went to Humboldt County.
oh, really? What were you
Yeah.
doing up there?
Honestly, I got a divorce, and I just needed a break. You know what I mean? I needed like a sabbatical, and I knew another buddy who was like working at this farm, like ranch.
Like a weed
And
farm?
say what?
Like a weed farm?
No,
Okay.
but they did have weed plants. They didn't tell me until after I was leaving, because they were like, because the owner was like, I didn't really know who you were, dude. Like, you're friends with fucking Carl, but I wasn't sure, how cool you were. But that was dope. It was on a river, Sandy Creek, Sandy Bar, Sandy something Farms Ranch. But like they had these like houses. They had like a couple of these little cottages, and if I got to stay there, and then I would like work on the ranch and work on the farm and like clean these houses, because they would rent them out. So like people would show up to like do fly fishing or whatever, and would rent a cabin, and then they would leave, and then me and Carl would like fucking go clean the cabin and shit. But it was fucking like heaven in a way. You know what I mean? Like it was like spring into summer. Like I was there for like a month and a half. Spring into summer. They had fucking fig trees. I was just pulling figs off the tree and eating them. It was a little crunchy. It was a little hippie-ish,
Yeah, no, like both my parents are old hippies, and it's like I grew up in that whole world.
Yeah, because I remember I was like collecting these tomatoes and putting them in this basket, but every like third tomato I'd be like, oh, and the guy was like, hey, I really appreciate you enjoying these tomatoes, but if we could just like savor them later, because right now we're just kind of collecting them for the group. Right? I was just like, all right, dude, sounds good, bro. I was so East Coast, but like I like had like swimming trunks on. I don't think I wore a shirt more than once. I think I didn't wear my shoes. Like I was just like, I went from like working in the art department to like not even looking at a fucking computer. You know what I mean? I was like,
yeah, people fall in love with that area. I mean, it's like I spent most of my
dude, it's fucking
younger
beautiful.
years up
We
there.
went up to the redwoods. They took me into the redwoods. I got to see fucking indoor. You know what I mean? I got to see where the fucking Ewoks lived. We walked through the forest, and we were like on the.
Oh, you were in Marin County? You went to Marin County?
We were like on this beach, and there was like giant dunes, and there was fucking elk walking around. Just giant ass.
I used to live
elk.
right in the area. Yeah,
dude, I'd never seen. I didn't realize elk were that big. Like I'm used to like white-tailed deer. You know what I mean? And I was like, holy fuck. You're like, yeah, man, don't go near them. They'll fucking go for you. I was like, holy shit, what the fuck? So I really enjoyed it. But yeah, like I didn't realize that it was like the green triangle until like I got there, because like I was like I asked my friend, I was like, yo man, can you like get us some weed? And he was like, yeah. I was like, all right. He's like, I'll call my guy. County, I think. Yeah, dude, I had no fucking clue. And he was like, all right,
Humboldt County is like the capital of weed.
Oh, dude, it is like the fucking weed capital of fucking California. And this guy came over, and what's weird is, dude, like they're like fucking like not hillbillies, but like people had like fucking knives on their belts and shit, and people were driving pickup trucks. Like it was a completely different state, dude, than fucking LA and San Jose. You know what I mean?
People talk about California, it's really weird because they'll talk about California. I'm like, you've never been to California if you don't know anything, because it is a lot of blue collar kind of country bumpkins up there. And they're just normal people. Like they're just like you'd see the same dude in like Oklahoma that you see up in Northern California.
Yeah,
it's really weird.
It felt. I was like, oh, this is like fucking Tennessee. It almost felt like Tennessee in a way. You know what I mean? Where it's just like
Yeah,
people with pickup trucks and like literally dudes with like buck knives, like fixed blade knives on their in a sheath on their belt and shit. And so I met the guy. I was like, yeah, man, can I get like $100 worth of weed? Like, I don't, you know, whatever, you know. And he was like, yeah, sure, bro. He fucking came back with a fucking pillow, a fucking bud, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, is this all mine? He was like, yeah. I was like, fuck, dude, thanks. Turns out he was a grower. And it turns out that like some of the other workers that were on the farm, they were also trimmers during grow season. Like they would just hire these hippie girls to sit there and like trim the buds. So like he showed up with this bag of weed and it was like untrimmed on the stick still. You know what I mean? Just like he had like gone into his fucking dry room and just like broke off some fucking shit and like stuck it in a bag for me. I tried to smoke all of it, but I couldn't. I left a bunch of it behind. I was like, I can't take it on the plane with me. So enjoy. But that was fucking dope. That's when I saw Bigfoot, dude.
Oh, you saw Bigfoot? That's crazy.
At first, I was like, yo, that's fucking Bigfoot. But then when I came back to the farm, I think they had been fucking with me. I think somebody had like worn a mask because I came back and I was like, yo. And they were like, did you see him? And I was like, I did see him. And then they both started fucking laughing. And I was like, I saw him by the fucking river, dude. And they were just
it could have just been like a hippie dude that's like homeless. It's like, has a big ass beard. Just like,
well, I was down by it was in the morning. It was early in the morning. I walked down to the river. I was smoking a fucking joint. And there was like a trail along the river and I was fucking walking it. And like, I saw deer shit. Like I saw some deer scat. Or at least that's what I thought it was. And I kept walking. I was like, I should probably be a little make sure I'm aware of my shit, dude. Eagle Scout, dude. I swear this is the fucking story, dude. So I come around the bend and I see like a fucking like a hairy back, like a hump, right? And I'm like, oh fuck. I'm like, yo, right? I'm like, yo, I'll yell and maybe scare the fucking bear, right? And it was like kind of in a bush, and I was like, yo, and it fucking stood up and looked at me. Right. And like it wasn't close enough where I was like, yo, I saw his pupils because I didn't. It was like it was like black. Right. And like the mouth didn't open or anything. So that's why I was like, maybe it was a fucking mask. Maybe they're like fucking with me. And that's where my head goes now. I'm like, nah, it was a fucking mask or a costume or something because it fucking stood up and looked at me and I turned around and fucking ran. And ran back to the fucking farm, and that's when I was like, "Yo, I fucking saw him! I saw him!" And they were like, "You saw Bigfoot?" I was like, "Fucking yeah!" And they started laughing. So now in my, you know, now at first I was like, "Yo, I saw fucking Bigfoot," but now in my head I'm like, I thought I saw Bigfoot, but I think it was like two guys fucking with me.
Could be. I mean, it could also just be a homeless dude chilling, you know, like a hairy homeless guy. Yeah, it wouldn't be surprising.
It was like you hunch over like this, like say you're seeing this part, right? It was like like his ass and the upper part of his back. So I thought it was like a bear, you know. And he fucking stood up and fucking glanced at me. What the fuck? I was like, what fucking weed am I smoking? This is fucking crazy.
There's many factors. Yeah. Like of your recollection that they're a little flawed, I guess.
Yeah. Because like I'm just like, yeah, maybe it was a fucking, you know. Yeah, because I feel like my stance with Bigfoot is like we would have found one. You know what I mean? Like a Bigfoot would have like had a fucking heart attack and fallen down, like because I've like come across like bear carcasses. Like I found a bear skeleton. I've seen like deer skeletons and shit. You know what I mean? Like animals just fucking drop dead. You know, so wouldn't we have like, I don't know, found one? You know?
Like that'd be a society of people that are like trying to like conceal their existence or something. But
But even if they were, you know what I mean? I could be like, okay, they're smart enough to like, hey, we're gonna bury our own fucking people, but like you'd still have like the occasional like slip or the occasional fucking struck by lightning, right? I mean,
It's the UFO, yeah, thing.
oh
It's
shit.
the same thing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there you go.
it's all. I mean, there could be a lot of things that happen right there. You're right. Your friends could have been totally fucking with you,
Dude, we went to
especially if you're
Shasta
walking up
Mountain.
there.
That was dope, but that
Mhm.
was fucking weird as shit.
Oh,
Shasta
really?
was fucking bizarre. Like
Yeah.
I went off the trail a little bit and like came across like a giant rock circle. Like somebody had made like a giant like Indian looking thing of rocks, you
Yeah.
know?
Yeah. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
thought that
No.
was kind of crazy. But and then when we were like heading back down, I don't know, man. I like looked one way and then looked back and like my friends were gone. And they were like fucking like 100 yards down the mountain. And I was like, how the fuck did they get down there? It was I mean, again, I was baked, so you know my time dilation. But I was just like, remember like being like standing there and then turning around and nobody was there, and then like seeing them further down the mountain. I was like, what the it's like, yo,
Yeah, when you're
hold
stoned,
on,
you could things will just yeah, you could be like you could just zone out for like 20 or 30 minutes for no
dude. It
reason.
was, I mean, it was amazing. I'd never been to a mountain before that had like snow during the summer. You know, there was like snow at the top of it. That was fucking
Yeah.
like wild to like have a
Yeah.
snowball fight.
Well, yeah, the California has like every single aspect of like different regions. Like, yeah, it has the snow, it has the beaches, it has like the regular lands for like for all the fucking farming and shit,
Mhm.
flatlands and shit. It's really a weird place. Yeah,
And
it's
then
like
you have Southern
desert.
California. It's like probably like Tex-Mex and shit, right? It's like hot. I, I've never been south of LA, so I've never been to like San
Oh, San
Diego, or
Diego.
I've never been there or further down.
It's
But
all good weather. It's more or less like it's not humid like the East Coast. East Coast is really humid. So
yeah,
everything is it's a nice it's like I lived in an area next to the beach that was like it stayed from like 69 degrees to maybe about 85, 90 max.
mm-hmm.
Usually about 85. It never got hotter than that. So even during the winter, it was about it was like it was like the high 60s the max. It never got
Wow,
lower
that's
than that.
nice.
Yeah, no, it's just like the weather is just so good down here. It's incredible. I live in LA now. You know, yeah, it's the
Mm.
weather never changes really.
That's funny. You talk about East Coast is humid. It is, dude.
It's super
We're
humid, dude. Yeah, I live in New
it's
York.
fucking humid as fuck.
Oh, it's fucking. I mean, I lived in Atlanta for a while. I live like kind of like I know where you. I live,
Oh yeah, Atlanta's
and
fucking steamy.
yeah, I'm sure you're the same weather as Atlanta. It's like,
Yeah, I'm like an hour and 10 minutes from Atlanta. I
mhm.
try to avoid going to Atlanta, dude. The fucking traffic fucking sucks balls, dude.
Dude, my girlfriend's family's out there, and she was like, and she said like, they're all moving away, they're all leaving because
Like
it's like become a shithole. They're just like Atlanta's just a total fucking
it's like the circle
super
around the
bad crime.
city, the traffic around the city just fucking sucked. But like once you got into the city, it was okay. You know, like I'd go to like Dragon Con, or I'd go
Right.
up there and do and see shit. But then I was like, yeah, I'm not fucking going there
Yeah, I
anymore.
love Atlanta, but yeah, it's like I guess the crime is just terrible now. It's
Is
just
it
that's what they were saying. Like her family's out there, so they were just saying like it's the crime is just fucking
just off the chain? Have you,
yeah,
have you been to Las Vegas?
yeah, a bunch of times. Yeah.
I went once for work,
Mhm.
and like, dude, talking about like being humid. Like I was like used to it. It's when I like got off the plane, dude, in Vegas and like walked outside. It was like, what the fuck?
Oh, was it summertime or some shit?
Yeah. We were doing this like between the NFL seasons, we got a bunch of NFL players to do arm wrestling. So
That's
we
cool.
did this like fucking arm wrestling championship show in Vegas. It was fun. So I was there for like a week and a half at the MGM Grand. It was dope, dude. But dude, I got like 2 fucking nosebleeds while I was there. Just like
Dry. Yeah.
yeah, because it was just so dry, dude. I felt like like Timothy Chalamet or Charlemagne, like on fucking Arrakis. You know what I mean? Where like it shows like a rat, like the fucking door opens and you're just like, oh, what the fuck? Like that's what I felt like, dude. I was like, what the fuck wants to live here? This is fucking. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
nosebleeds from humidity, and then just be like, yo, like, okay, we're gonna meet up. And I'd be like, let's meet at that fucking fountain. Because there was like a giant water fountain in the MGM Grand, and it was like, let's just meet by there and just fucking sit there and just like I was taking showers. I felt like a fucking frog, dude. I was just like, yeah, I gotta go take a shower, dude. Like I just need to fucking like just sit in some water for a second.
Well, yeah, I mean, like in like Palm Springs, which is really hot and really and dry, there are like a ton of like misters everywhere. So like you go to restaurants, you go shopping downtown, go anywhere, you walk around town, there's just misters everywhere. And I was like, what the fuck's all these misters? And you figure it out right away because it's just like everything is just getting, it just makes everything better. It's just you could breathe, it's like, oh yeah, it feels better.
Yeah, it was like hard to breathe, man. Yeah, I didn't like it. I didn't like Las Vegas. I wasn't a big fan. I mean, I wasn't there to like gamble or anything, so I didn't do any of that. I wasn't like touristing. They were using the what's that fucking French shit where they're jumping around on stage? Cirque du Soleil. So like MGM has like a Cirque du Soleil stage, and they use that. And then we got to do all of our like pre-production shit in one of the convention rooms that they had at the MGM. So like I think I left once, the hotel once, the whole time I was there to like go to a hardware store. But other than that, I was like inside the MGM like for most of the time I was there.
Yeah, I've stayed in a few of the hotels. It's pretty awesome. I mean, the place, it's pretty amazing. Everything that goes on there. It's really like, and I've been there for events and all sorts of shit. And it's like it's his own thing. I mean, it's weird because like you can just go hotel to hotel to hotel. You get on the train or whatever. You don't even have to walk around. You just literally, but yeah, you could drink anywhere you want. You can, it's like all sorts of shit like that. I remember I don't like smoke. I mean, I used to smoke cigarettes a long time ago, but yeah, going in there, I don't like smoking anymore. And just everybody smoking all the time. It just bothered me. I was like, I don't know about this place.
Yeah, I haven't smoked weed in a while, but I'm not a fan of fucking cigarette smoke. I don't like to smoke it.
Yeah, everybody smokes there. It's like it's pretty common. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, we worked Caesars one time, and we got to walk around Caesars all day. It was fucking crazy. It was fucking like Caesars is just like fucking.
Totally I didn't go to Caesars. Like, yeah, I was just in MGM Grand the whole time.
Yeah, you have to get out and just like get drunk and walk around. that's what it's all about.
Yeah, I didn't drink. I mean, I was blazing, of course, the whole time. But yeah, I didn't do any drinking or anything. But I was pretty high most of the time.
Just good, yeah.
I was fucking like, oh, I gotta go fucking paint. All right, let me step outside.
Does it help paint? Like it helps you to paint? Like you just gotta focus or some shit?
Yeah, sometimes. Yeah. Just it's I'm not saying it's like ADHD, but like if I start doing something, I'll like get up and walk away, and like do something else or fucking, so if I smoke, I'll just fucking be like locked in on it. If that makes sense.
So, no. I used to smoke a lot of weed, so yeah, totally.
and like my boss blazed, the fucking director blazed. You know what I mean? So like it wasn't like, hey man, are you getting high right now? It was like, all right, you get that shit done. All right, cool. Let's go get high. You know what I mean? So it was like just like part of the day was like getting fucking just go get baked.
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty nice. I mean, if you could because it makes the day go by a lot quicker and it's probably a lot easier to get by. Yeah. But yeah, I don't smoke anymore. I mean, fucking, no, it's fucking.
It's been, I took a break.
You don't get shit done. Yeah.
I took a break like financially, not to get like too deep in it, but like my kids are going to one private school right now. And we've signed them up to go to another private school next year. but like, so like we're paying tuition for the private school they're in, but then we also had to like drop like a bunch of money and like some tuition for the other private school during the same period. You know what I mean? So yeah, weed was not budgeted in.
You don't just buy it. You know, I mean, or grow it. I mean, you don't just grow weed.
Nah. It makes me nervous. I don't have much of a green thumb. I'll end up fucking it up. We have a fuck ton of deer in our neighborhood. There's like a gang of asshole deer that like fucking eat everything. I mean, it's not hard. Like, it's Athens, you know what I mean? Like, I could just call somebody and they deliver it. But
is it legal or is it not? Can you grow it?
It's decriminalized.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the cops just they're not looking for it. If that makes sense. Like in Atlanta, it's been decriminalized. It's not like federally, and I think Georgia has like some medicinal stuff, so you can go to a dispensary and get stuff, but it's like 5% THC in it or something. Like you can go to the dispensary or the medical marijuana place, but like nothing they have is over 5%.
Oh, really? That's great.
Yeah, it's fucking.
Especially nowadays, everything's like 30 plus.
Yeah, stuff is like they've like turned it into fucking crack, dude.
Well, the dabs or whatever, that shit is like 90% THC.
That's fucking pot crack. That is fucking like I want to just smoke my buds, but when you like hand me something where you've like squished 10 pounds and then you've added shit to like turn it into this like gel and a fucking vape, I don't know. I mean, I'll if you offer it to me, I'll still hit that shit. But like, I feel like it's like crack. You know what I mean? Where it's like,
no, yeah. I haven't smoked before, but I've seen the things. Yeah, I mean, it's like when I was
you had to like, it's almost like cocaine. It's like, all right, you've already used like gasoline and cement mix to make the fucking cocaine, but now you're gonna like take it another step to make it fucking crack. Like,
I don't know who's smoking that and how much they smoke, but yeah, they must be fucked up. Because yeah, it's like I used to smoke like the the real potent shit, like Northern Lights, Lasting Thunderfuck kind of shit.
Yeah.
It would fuck you up, man. You'd be totally fucking zonked, and like you'd just be sitting there, you're like, I could watch TV or watch a movie. You just sit there and just zone out. Like, oh, the movie's pretty fucking good, man.
Yeah. See, I like to get fucking baked and draw, dude. Just fucking.
I used to play guitar.
Yeah.
You drink a cup of coffee and
dude, that was like the fucking it was like a poor man's speedball, like a bowl of weed and a pot of coffee. You're just like fucking, but you're baked as well. You're like, I'm fucking baked, but my hand is just fucking vibrating.
Yeah, I mean, to think about like those guys, like those performers, they were real speedball is like heroin and cocaine or something like that.
Yeah, I guess
that must be. You must be so fucking fucked up, dude. And it's like, but they're performing. They're actually on TV in front of people on top of it.
Yeah,
that's so wild. Fucking nuts, dude.
I've never seen heroin in person. I've never seen any like opiates or anything. I've seen blow. No, I've never seen crack in person. Yeah, pills. I've seen a couple of pills. I never fucked with them, but like I've seen them. But
yeah, pills are much more popular now. I think everybody takes pills now. I don't think anybody really fucks around with like straight up street drugs anymore. I think even like
it's easier to get a prescription for something.
I think even the people that get drugs on the street, like get opium or heroin, which is now fentanyl, they get fentanyl pills. So they grind up the fentanyl pill and then they inject that. They bake it. So it's there's no real drugs anymore. I don't think.
Wait, fentanyl? Because I've never seen fentanyl. You know what I mean? But like, so fentanyl is like a synthetic heroin.
Yeah, trying to mix it. Yeah, there was a funny story. They were doing a news story recently, or not that long ago, and they were saying like basically the only place that China sells fentanyl to, like there's people want
sell it to Mexico, right? It's like,
well, they deliver it to Mexico and they sell in California and America, but the only place that China will sell fentanyl to is United States and probably Canada and Mexico, but continental, like northern North America. And like and they were like, why
Europe is probably like, get the fuck, keep that shit out of here.
No, they would probably take it, but China wants to like basically kill America.
Yeah,
that was their reasoning.
Sure,
this is the way China's going to take over.
Everything they're doing, dude, it's all about fucking taking us down. They are fucking not our allies,
dude. So you lived in New York for a while. Have you been in New York recently or whatever? It's there's so many Chinese people in New York. It's insane, dude. It's
really,
like, dude. Go watch.
I thought when I went to San Jose, I was like, man, there's a lot of fucking Asians here.
There's a lot of Indians, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
No, not Asians. I mean, not Indian. I'm talking about like just fucking like Chinese or Japanese. Do you think Indians are Asians? Do you consider Indians Asians?
They are Asian, yeah. They are. Yeah, they're considered Asian. Yeah. It's weird to say that because you're instinctively
they don't got the eyes, bro. I feel like being like, if you're Asian, you gotta have some eye thing going on.
I guess, yeah, it's weird to think.
Am I wrong? I mean,
even Chinese people. Some Chinese people don't even have that, dude. Like people, like even like it's like you go to Taiwanese people, they don't look anything like that. They don't have those Chinese eyes. They're different.
But you could tell that they're Asian. You could tell that there's like some ominous to their eyes, right? I mean, like they're
with Indians.
No, with like Taiwanese. Thailand or Burma or I don't know, some of those like.
I mean, yeah. Once you think about
that,
yeah, but the Vietnam, Thailand, they're right next to India, and they're literally like the neighboring countries.
You see like Indians, and they're just like
they look different.
Yeah, they're just like brown people.
Yeah, China is a closed country. They didn't mix breeds. They're for what I understand, I know a lot of Chinese people, and they were saying that like they're really they're very race oriented, like it's very much like in like there's like old kind of like families in all of China, and like so it's like. And dynasties. So people are very they're very knowledgeable about what family you're from and what race you are. Like there's races within Chinese race, different ethnicities within Chinese, and people are very, because you have certain people are status symbols and shit. But yeah. But no, it's like New York is fucking. Go watch one of those like normal walkthroughs. Like there'll be like on YouTube, it'd be like somebody doing a walkthrough.
I love those, dude. I like one of those. It's like somebody walking through fucking a Japanese town. I'm just like, that's
yeah. And so it's like it's so many Chinese people walking around, dude. It's fucking crazy, man, dude. It's like I'm like, whoa, dude, because I was there not that long ago, maybe a decade, maybe a little bit more than a decade ago. And
like, I've been there within the last 8 years. I've been to New York.
Well, what somebody told me was that like New York is like 50% of New York, like buildings are literally owned by Chinese people, and mostly it's like the Chinese government because it's a communist government.
Yeah, it's
basically it could basically give people money. So it's like, how we print money. We have government. We have government entities that buy shit, right? Well, so their government can just print money and just buy whatever the fuck it wants to buy. And so they basically, they could just get like, they'd be like, oh yeah, go here and open a business. But it looks like it's a private person opening a business. Yeah. But it's actually the Chinese government opening the business.
Yeah.
And so, they basically bought up about 50% of New York City. It's insane, dude. 50%. That's
insane. Do you think they should own farmland? You hear the whole thing of like Chinese government.
I don't know what they're doing.
I don't know what they're doing with it either, but
I think.
Do you feel like a foreign country should own land like that in another country?
No, of course not. I couldn't buy land in China. Why should I be able to buy land here?
Like go to Mexico and try to buy some land on the shore. Like go buy some beachfront property in Mexico. Like you can't. Like you have
you could have bought like 30 years ago probably, but not.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a different world. There's a lot more population, but I think China has bad intentions. Not the Chinese people, but the Chinese government does. Yeah.
Yeah, and they are kind of racist, right? Like,
Well,
Dude, like remember like the Star Wars Force Awakens? Like you had fucking Finn like
mhm.
in the front during the American movie posters, but if you see like a Chinese movie poster for Force Awakens, like he's
He
like
doesn't
real
exist. Yeah.
small. Yeah, he's either not there or he's like real small in the background.
Yeah, that's what people told me. I lived in San Francisco and like and there's a lot of Chinese people there, and like they've told me that yeah, it's like you think about like like me or you having a tan and looking darker skin is cool in America.
Mm-hmm.
It's the exact opposite in China, where if you're a darker skinned Chinese person, you're considered low class, and the light skinned Chinese are considered to be the higher end, kind of like
Because you haven't been out in the
royalty.
fields and your sun hasn't touched you, so you're just like fucking.
I think there's even just people that just have lighter skin that's just born that way. They're born with lighter skin. Just like in like same thing with Mexico. Like Mexicans are like they're more have Spanish blood in them or
Mm-hmm.
whiter.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they look different. They look much different. Once somebody points it out to you, you're like, oh, that's pretty crazy, because it's like a bunch of Mexicans, and I grew up with a ton of Mexicans in California.
Yeah,
And
but they don't look like Ecuadorians or when you go further like Peruvians, you know what I mean? You're like they definitely have like that like South American native look, you know what I mean? Like they were fucking extras in Apocalypto.
yeah. Definitely, like Mexicans look different than Aztecs, and they look different than Spanish for sure. And when somebody points it out to you, like, oh, look at this, you're like, oh yeah. Because I mean, being European, like there's so many Europeans look very different from each other. Like, but it could be like somebody could be British, but they look totally different from another British person, like brown eyes, brown hair, and one person's blue eyes and blonde hair, red hair, So it's like, it's
Middle
different.
South American are white.
Oh, he's talking about the Germans that invaded, the Nazis that went to Brazil.
Did they go to Brazil, or I thought they went further down, like Argentina?
And Argentina too. Yeah. I just think of the movie Boys from Brazil all the time.
Oh, okay. Yeah, dude. I saw like a special about that. Like they went to a fucking town. I'm gonna say Argentina because that's where I think it was. Maybe it was Brazil, but
No, I
it was
think you're right, Argentina.
And it was like Bavarian. Like it looked like a fucking Bavarian village, and like there's blonde people walking around, and you go into the houses and they've got like photos of grandpapa with his fucking Nazi uniform on and shit. You know what I mean?
Really?
And like, yeah. And like,
I
there's
saw the series,
fucking
but I
like.
don't remember them ever finding. I saw the series, but I don't remember them ever finding any Nazis.
Yeah, I don't know if
They
these are
actually found
Nazis per se. I mean,
They
at this
found
point,
people
these
with
are like
their
the descendants. These are like
but
grandchildren.
but they actually find like uniforms and they were like actually directly related to
Yeah,
like,
dude, they have like
really?
like family photos. They were like showing family photos of their grandfather and shit with like fucking straight up like SS uniforms and stuff.
Yeah. No, it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, like, yeah, so they fled because the war ended and they didn't want to get fucking killed. So they're just like, I think Australia, Argentina, and like I think maybe one other place had a lot of
really Nazis went to Australia.
Oh yeah, big time.
Oh shit.
That's the whole. Yeah. I mean, Jewish people, they'll tell you all this crazy shit.
They'll tell you all kinds of shit, dude.
They're involved in that shit. They're definitely
grain of salt.
Yeah, they're definitely bought into it.
Listen but verify, right? Is that the
Well, I mean, yeah, it's weird to think. I mean, yeah, it's like so like slavery and all that stuff. It's like all those places, like it's like you'll have black people in Argentina or Brazil, and then you'll have like the Germans too. It's like really weird, like. But I think a lot of like Europeans go there too to retire. They go to South America because, especially if it's it's already a European town, like it's already kind of run by Europeans. They know, like they're like, yeah, dude, it's like if you lived here in America and you could go to South America and you could retire at age 40 or less, it's like, why not, dude? Live the rest of your life just fucking around.
Yeah, in another country.
There's a lot of people that do it because they make enough money. They're just like, I don't need to work anymore, or they just own shit. Like, people
just getting residuals. Like once you're getting enough residuals, you could just be
you could own an apartment complex and you could just never work again.
Yeah.
You get like $20,000 a month and from rent, you just never work again. You're like, I'm fucking rich, fuck it. Yeah, you just go buy a houseboat somewhere or some shit.
That's the fucking, that Sean Murphy, that artist, Sean Murphy
Yeah.
Gordon.
Mm-hmm.
Like he does like all this Batman stuff, and like he's like made a fuck ton of money off the Batman stuff. But like in a video, he was talking about like he's made more money like in real estate and like buying houses and like renting them out and shit. Like it was a couple of years ago, but he was like, yeah, like this is all this stuff I have. It's all comic, but like my jam is like fucking real estate right now. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, like all those child stars. I think that's what like that's how they stay rich is like the child stars all invest like when they were young in those like and like those like buildings and shit like in buying apartment complexes because it's like it's just guaranteed income.
Yeah.
It's only going to go up in price. So it's like especially California's market. It's insane. Everything is worth so much money now. It's just insane.
Dude, our house has like gone up like quite a bit. Like the Zillow fucking price for our house is like, holy shit. Like maybe we should fucking sell the house and fucking move.
Where are we
like,
going to move to? Yeah.
I don't know, fucking deeper into the woods, maybe.
Oh, I see. Yeah. I remember going to a party one time way out in that area. And like it was surprising. It was like these people were in their early 20s or maybe mid 20s. Early 30s, late 20s, and they owned a house, and it was like this massive house. I was like, "This is fucking cool. How'd you afford a house like this?" Oh, it's cheap out here. It's nothing cheap. And I think at one point Atlanta was hella cheap, and then now it's like all the New Yorkers moved down there, and now it's just fucking it's totally filled up. But
yeah, like when you're driving in Georgia through the country, like you'll like hit a small ass fucking town, and you'll just see these giant ass fucking houses, with wraparound porches, those like classic white Southern houses, we looked at a couple of them when we were like looking around to buy a house. We looked at a couple of them, and it was just like from the outside it looked awesome, and then I went inside, it was just like, man, it's too much fucking work. Like this is fucking broken, that's fucking rotten, we're gonna have to fucking replace that and that. And I was like, I'm not really feeling that. I'm not really a fucking fixer-upper. You know what I mean? I was like,
or just even taking your kids to school every day, probably a hell in zone.
Yeah, I mean, where we live, luckily, it's like right outside. You know what I mean? So I'm like, in 10 minutes, I could be in downtown Athens. But like where I'm at, I can like if I go outside in the morning, I could fucking hear cows mooing from fucking down the street, and like my neighbor has a couple of horses, so it feels nice. And like our neighborhood is zoned as like light agriculture. It's like it's not residential, it's light agriculture, so you can like farm for your own shit. Like I can't farm, and like I can't do commercial farming on my property, but I can have like 10 chickens and fucking goat. You know what I mean? Like I could have like my own farm if I wanted.
You have some goat milk. You make some goat milk cheese. Yeah, that'd be good.
Dude, when I was in California on that farm, we had goats, and I had to fucking milk a goat one fucking day.
My dad had goats. My dad had a bunch of goats and a bunch of shit like that. Yeah, it's like he didn't milk them. He just used them. He just like he liked to have animals. He had a llama and shit too. But yeah, it's like goats and chickens, man. You could just, that's a lot of food right there, man.
Yeah, dude.
The milk and the cheese and
I want to get some chickens, but we have like 7 dogs, and like I don't think the chickens.
The dogs are gonna fucking go after him. Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Like even if I try to
teach
like,
a dog
make
to
it
do
different, I can't teach these fucking dogs shit, man.
It's a dog, man. You're like, don't do that. Don't do that.
Stop doing that.
Yeah, you have to
stare at me. I don't fucking care. Fucking dog.
Yeah, it's train them when they're young, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
Every dog I've ever had will listen to me. It isn't, But when I go for a walk, I'll take the dog and I have him on the chain. I'm like, you better fucking do what I'm going to tell you to do.
Yeah, I mean, I'm on like 5 acres, so they just.
Oh, you just let them roam.
Yeah, they just fucking roam in there, but.
Yeah, just put the chickens in an area where like, and then just kind of like put a gate so the dogs can't get to it. So just have a barrier between the chicken hut and the chickens and the dogs.
Mhm.
So they just can't even get close to it.
Like,
And
do I need like a fence? But I also feel like I need some sort of like visual barrier so that they don't even fucking see
you
the
could do
chickens.
something,
You know what I mean?
yeah.
Like some cheap. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, it wouldn't be a bad idea. You just the farther away you put it, the farther you have to go and get the eggs and do all that crazy shit. So yeah, you have to keep that in mind. But yeah, it's not bad. I mean, free fucking eggs, man. That's fucking, especially
Yeah,
nowadays. Yeah,
dude. Yeah, right.
yeah.
It sucks. Like, how come other shit doesn't like go up and down? Like gasoline will like fluctuate, but like milk and stuff will like go up and then will like stay, right? Like,
There's been all sorts of stories about it. You've seen all the stories about how like these places are being like like blowing up and exploding, like these food factories,
yes,
egg
all
factories.
the
They're just like
chicken
blowing
farms
up and they're
exploding and
dying.
shit. There was
Yeah,
something about like, yo, like all these chicken farms are catching fire. Like,
it seems like terrorism, man. It seems like we're
could
being
it
like,
be?
yeah, we're talking about the Chinese before, and it's like I was like thinking to myself, I was like, I wonder if like a foreign government's doing some crazy shit to us, like bring in like shit workers and just drug cartels and shit. Like, I mean, you saw that fucking news reporter that was like, her mom was kidnapped out in Arizona. You remember that? They went out.
Yeah.
That had
What
to be a drug
happened with
cartel.
that?
She's still gone, dude. She's still missing.
Oh damn.
They brought in the FBI. They had fucking Cash Patel walking around there, and they couldn't do shit.
Oh shit, Cash Patel was down there.
Yeah, and like
his big fucking eyeballs wide open. Did he fucking see any clues? He's like, let me open up my eyes.
And like
That's a
they
bummer.
couldn't find it. Well, I mean, yeah, it's scary to think, but yeah, it definitely that area has drug cartels, and like in California has drug cartels, and those people don't fuck around. So who knows? Like,
Yeah, I don't say
they got
nothing about the
kidnapped and-
cartels.
well, they're just
I got no
fucking-
comment about the cartels. They fucking. I don't want them
Yeah, I
knocking
mean,
on
they're
my door.
catching. I mean, they've been arresting a lot of them, but yeah, it's like, for what I understand, like prison's the real place you don't want to go and mess around with the cartels, like, because they'll fucking they say run the prison, but yeah, it's weird. I mean, yeah, I mean, we're just it's there's so many people here now. It used to not be so populated, and especially in these areas, and now it's just so many people. It's hard to keep track of all these people doing all this crazy shit.
And New York felt like even more populated. Like
dude, yeah.
like when I lived there, like at night you could go to Union Square and fucking skate. Nobody fucking bothered. You know what I mean? It was like you had like certain areas just that kind of emptied out. And then I went there and dude, it was like 12 o'clock, dude. It was like midnight and Union Square was just fucking packed with people. And I was like, who the fuck are all these people? You know what I mean? It was just like it was just fucking odd. I was like, yo, why are there just it just felt like there was more people in the city.
Yeah, we used to go down to like Washington Park in that area. Like we used to go down there a lot and hang out. And there's a ton of just little parks and just different shit around there, like a lot of places to shop and stuff. And yeah, it was
go down to Washington
like,
Square Park just to see the people like ranting. They'd go in there and stand on one of the things and just start talking crazy shit.
Yeah, we had a few stores we'd hook up, and we just there was a few places like there was a Trader Joe's wine thing there, and for some reason, like how expensive wine is, like an alcohol is in New York because they put all these taxes and everything.
Yeah.
New York, Jersey, just everything's expensive, and so there's this one Trader Joe's that would sell bottles of wine, and it was like insanely cheap, and so we'd always go there. It was like it was weird. It was literally. It wasn't a Trader Joe's. It was a Trader Joe's wine shop, and all they sold was wine. It was Trader Joe's, but all they sold was wine. It was the craziest thing. Once we found it, we're like, we can get fucking wine and beer for this cheap. What the fuck? How do you get this?
We have a Trader Joe's here.
Oh yeah.
And we used to go. I don't know why we don't go anymore. I think Walmart is like, it's like, I think that Trader Joe is like fucking 20 minutes away, and there's a Walmart like 5 minutes away.
I hate Walmart. Yeah.
I hate it, dude.
The food sucks.
Fucking scum and villainy, dude. Like I walk into Walmart, I feel like I'm the only fucking human being, dude. I feel like Luke Skywalker walking into Mos Eisley. You know what I mean? It's like
we used to go there when I was a kid, and just like we'd go there at like 2 a.m. or something. Because my friends like, I want to get some fucking candy, or I want to get some soda, or I want to get a fucking this. And we'd always walk in, and it was like, it was such a weird place to be at 2 a.m. Like, because we were like, we were in high school or something like that. and we're just like, it was a weekend, so we had nothing to do.
Yeah.
We were too young to go to a bar or do anything like that.
Let's go to Walmart and hang out.
We did, dude. Like, it was, I wasn't all the time, but it was like,
Yeah.
You'd be fucking stoned in your mind. You want some food or something. Yeah. It was like, it's cheaper too. There was a few supermarkets that were open 24/7, but that was the one. It was like and you could meet girls too, like for whatever reason. No, dude. Like I thought it was a strange thing to say, or strange thing for my friend to tell me. And then like, we'd go there and there'd be like a pack of girls all in their PJs, like walking around like, oh, what's up?
Oh yeah,
high school. And the girls you knew from high school, and other high schools locally. And like, you'd be like, oh shit, dude, that's that girl. We go over.
Dude, I had a friend who was like, yo, man, you want to get some chicks? Go to Target. I was like, what? Go to Target. I was like,
a lot of college girls or something like that.
Yeah, I guess he was into like college girls and MILFs. Basically, his thing was older. Slightly not like Risey Lee, who's into like grandmas. I guess this guy was just like into like slightly older chick. And he was like, dude, man, Target in the middle of the day is fucking prime fucking spot. I was like, all right, dude.
Yeah, it's a certain type of guy, a certain type of dude that does that. But yeah, I mean, that's weird. Did they ever figure out like how Risey met his girlfriend or his wife or whatever?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I think it was just a joke about Risey like being in at grannies, and I said something to him earlier today on Finn's stream, and he got real triggered. So I don't.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He doesn't seem to deny it. He doesn't seem to push back against it. He just says, "Oh, I could date whoever I want." That's all I've heard him say. But I don't really get involved.
Yeah,
I don't really. That's the Risey sphere is like almost like the Riley like area where I just don't get involved. Like it's like so far off. That's like such a distant place to even venture into.
It is definitely the fucking outskirts of CG. It is the fucking outer rim of what would be considered CG.
Yeah. I mean, I was trying to tell you the other day. It was like with Riley and like Chris Bacon and all those fucking dudes. Like, it's like if you say something that if you push back against Ethan or something like that, immediately those guys appear. It's the fucking weirdest thing, dude. And it's like I don't know how I don't know if there's like a back room where he's telling him to go and fight people or something, or do his little internet drama. But it's like immediately, like he'll like out of nowhere, he'll appear, in a message thing and be like, oh, I'm the super important person, and I'm going to tell you everything you don't know in your little Twitter. And you're like, okay, dude, like at first you're like, oh, cool, man, how you doing, kind of thing. And you're like, oh yeah. But then after a while, you kind of know he's an asshole, and you're kind of like, fuck you, dude, fuck off. And then like, so it's like weird to see. And then like once he blocks you, he doesn't want to do anything to do with you anymore. Then the Rileys and the fucking other people appear, and they're like start fucking with you. And so it's like when I heard that whole thing where they were fucking with you on the thing, it's like I guarantee you they're under some sort of impression they're kissing up to Ethan or some bullshit.
I mean, when it was happening, dude, Ethan was fucking eating it up.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
he was like they would do a stream where they're like planning to come to my house and shit and talking about it, and he'd fucking show up. Ethan would pop on and be like, hey guys, how's it going? Oh, what are you talking about? Oh, raping that bar? Cool. All right. We'll see you guys later. Bye. And it was like
they're doing it for him. Like they're 100%. Yeah. I mean, that's why I don't have any proof of it, but it definitely, they get involved, man. They're just, and it's like, you kind of like think to yourself, you're like, you're all, what do you open the door to, dude? Like you open the door to one thing. It's like, you're opening the door to these people doing crazy shit. It's like, we're both adults, we're older people, and we're professional people. You just can't have those kind of people around because it just makes you look bad, dude. You know what I'm saying? Like they're just kind of stupid, crazy people. They're going to make it, it's like, because it's like all these people that might want to buy your comic or might want to interact with you, right? They're like, oh, I want to talk to you. I want this new art. I didn't know you had a new comic book out. I didn't know you had this new thing out. Maybe I'll commission you. I'll pay you $1,000 for commission. That's where you make your fucking money.
Yeah.
And it's like, when you have those people around, dude, like those orbiters, they're fucking psychos, dude. And it's just like, people don't want it. They see those people like, what's this? Who's this crazy person you're talking to? Who's this crazy person you're involved with,
Yeah.
And you're like,
and it does suck, dude. I mean, I was like fighting with them, and the saying of like, when when you fight with a fool, they can't tell who's who, kind of a thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's like,
I don't
who's
know.
the crazy one? It's like, I don't know. It was just.
I think they're gaslighting you. To be honest with you, I'll tell you straight. I think all those kings, all those guys are gaslighting you. They're pieces of shit. Like all those kings, they're piles of fucking shit.
Oh, dude. Never
I've
meet your
talked to them.
fucking heroes. Yeah,
I've talked
there's
to those
not a
guys
single
before, and
king
they-
that I think has a fucking backbone. There's not a single fucking CG king that I think is fucking worth a shit. Which
yeah,
sucks because I like Aaron Lepresti, but I'm like, that guy's a fucking pussy.
I don't really understand it. I don't know where they. It's like they'll start talking shit like they know who I am, and they're all like. One time I went into their chat and I was just talking about stuff. Now, bear in mind, like, who's the one guy, like the fucking, who's the guy that does like the chick with the ninja chick?
The she guy, fucking Billy Tucci.
Yeah, Billy Tucci. He's never. Sometimes you go in, you know, people might not be, or you kind of push people and you kind of see how they react to something. Billy Tucci's always been fucking kind of like authentic and a nice dude. Like he is, but the other guys, like, they're like, well, maybe you're a violent person because your name is Violent Comics and da 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 da. And I was like, are you fucking dumb, dude? Like, are you fucking stupid? Like, what are you saying?
I saw the one time Billy Tucci.
Like, fuck this, dude.
Billy Tucci pulled out some fucking peasants king shit where he was like, the little people need to promote us, and then when we notice that, then we'll promote you. And it was like, what the fuck?
You think you just heard it from John or something and just had to repeat it?
I don't know. I think he just fucking said it. I don't know. I don't know.
He seems like he's always helping out people. Like I've heard what's his name? Von Coleman. I talked to him a good amount, and he was saying how he was really nice to him and always looked out for him. So I don't know.
I don't know why Billy Tucci got involved with Comicsgate, to be honest with you. I don't feel like he needed it.
Well, my opinion is, like, I was there. I was kind of watching what was going on. It was kind of enjoying some of it because I thought it was kind of funny. And I thought it was just kind of jokes and stuff like that. But when it gets into, like, you're saying like super racist shit, and you're saying crazy shit against Jewish people, it's not like cool anymore because, you know, like, people are going to get upset with you, and it's not good for business. You know, you just can't. It's just not
dude, it's got like, super fucking toxic. Super toxic. Like if I'm in a chat and I'm like, hey, what's up? Like, dude, like, it'll fucking, like, people I don't even know will just start fucking going off, and it's just like,
oh yeah, you're like his mortal enemy. Like Ethan's mortal enemy is, you know, like the head wound shit that came out. I mean, remember he had like a fucking puppet video. He had multiple puppet videos with you. You were
dude, he had my wife, like one of my, like, he had my wife as one of the puppets in that shit. Yeah,
I never saw that. Yeah.
The whole thing was like, it was like, oh, PTP says that, like, I have a head wound because my wife told him, and like he had to talk to my wife and shit, which never fucking happened. Never. Like, I was like, PTP never talked to my fucking wife. My wife never like yelled at me when I was in, because I went to Nashville to see PTP because of the fucking Last of the Seeker book, right? And Nashville is not that far, so I was like, yeah, I'll go up and hang out. And you know, the weekend was fine. There was no dungeons, there was no S&M clubs or anything like that. But yeah, he was like, yeah, Matt was crazy, and his wife was telling him to fucking calm down, and like all this fucking crazy shit. And I was like,
well, I think the accusation
you're fucking literally making it up. Like, it was.
Well, the accusation, as I heard it, was that, like, you were at a comic convention with him, and that you went into like some kind of room where it was him and his wife, like PTP's wife. And then, like, they were like, you need to calm down, Matt. And they were like, yeah, he's just going off screaming and yelling. And then somehow he got on the phone with Matt, your wife. And then, like, somehow your wife was telling him, no, he has all these problems. He needs to come back home because he's always problematic. Yeah. And I was just thinking to myself, I was like, in all honesty, to me, it sounded like the Anna chick is best friends with him, right?
Yeah, Anna, who I had no issues with.
This up, totally created this whole story up because for some reason they thought you were a threat or didn't like you for some reason.
Yeah, that's my impression. Anna was upset that I was, like, I guess, talking shit to one of her friends. Maybe I was talking shit to Malin or
That's
somebody
probably it.
else. And so she went out of her way to go talk to PTP. And PTP like made up this fucking story. And then
I don't
she
think
just took,
PTP made it up. I think Anna made it up and told
no,
PTP.
the screenshots. I saw the screenshots of,
Yeah, but that's the whole thing
him.
is like, so my guess is this is like Anna was talking to him on the phone, and then she'll get on the text messages with him because he's not very smart, and then had him repeat back what she had told him, and then blamed him. That'd be my guess, just from like what I saw, because I watched the whole thing kind of unfold.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'm not really emotionally involved in it, so I could kind of like see both sides of it. I'm like, okay, I could see that he's basically repeating back what she had told him. I think that's kind of the way that was never really addressed, and you're never going to hear.
So she then takes those images, screenshots them, and then sends them to Ethan, and then Ethan's fucking
just. Yeah, I think it's like what I would guess the whole situation exists is that there's a back room with a bunch of women, and you know how women are, right? Mm-hmm. And they just basically just create a bunch of crazy drama because they just dislike other people, and they start talking crazy ass shit.
Hold on, sorry.
Oh yeah, I thought you were screaming. I thought you were getting a copyright. I thought you got like we were talking about some shit and they took you down.
Oh no, this is.
Yeah, but anything Ethan gives you is totally been curated and it's been fucking edited. It's like the Shane Davis like fucking tape or something. It's all been edited. They know they're guilty of crazy shit, so they just do. It's like it's the whole
crazy.
thing.
And my birthday is April the 15th, dude. So I was like, you fucking people are just talking this crazy shit at fucking 1 a.m. in the morning. It was fucking
well,
bizarre.
it's like
I had never had any problems with Anna. I had like never fucking interacted with her, but I mean, since this, like, I've gone pretty hard at her.
It's like this. But it's like she probably is in a back room with a bunch of like other YouTubers, right? Like a bunch of females and stuff. They go in the room and they go, Matt did this to me. And she's like, well, we're going to get revenge on him now. It's like straight up like 14-year-old, like, high school shit. Like it's
dude,
I'm gonna get revenge on him. He can't talk to us that way. Who the fuck does he think he is?
Dude, PTP was like, yo, the only person who could stop Matt Barr is Malin and Davis. Like he told that to Ethan. He was like, this guy he needs to be stopped. He told Ethan that that his wife had found out that I had fucked up the Dale Keown job, like that I was responsible for the pit omnibus not happening.
Who said what to who about Dale? I don't get that part. But who said that?
So PTP was telling Ethan that his wife had seen me bragging about fucking up the pit omnibus for him.
Have you ever talked to Dale before?
I mean, I talked to Dale. I talked to Dale, yeah, but not about his pit omnibus and not about fucking anything like that. And then
I don't have private correspondence with him. Yeah, it's all public, right?
Yeah. Well, we had some direct DMs on Twitter. You know what I mean? But it wasn't. It had nothing had to do with PTP or the pit omnibus. You know what I mean? And then I even had to I DM'd Dale. And was like, yo, man, this PTP is telling people that I fucked up your pit omnibus. And he actually had to tweet out about it. Like, yo, Matt Barr had nothing to do with the fucking pit omnibus. And it was like, thanks, bro. Thanks, Dale.
Yeah, once you respond, it's like once you respond.
Yeah, you're right. They're in these little groups. Yeah, but some of these lies you can't even like fucking address because they're just like swapping them back and forth in these DM rooms.
Well, it's just a common tactic amongst like lawyers and people like that. It's like once they get you on defensive, they basically just create a situation where you're defending yourself instead of actually addressing the real situation. So they just basically they go on the attack, and then they make you look like, so it's like it's just all smoke and mirrors kind of thing where you're just like, oh, I now have to defend myself, and they just start, it's like if you're a boxer or something, you're fighting somebody. You just get like one good punch on them, and now the person's on defensive, and the rest of that round they're on the defensive because you got them where you want them. They're just blocking and trying to get away from you. You're just throwing punches at them, so that's where they get you. They just like this whole thing is probably they see you. I think you're an authentic, like serious person, and they're not that way at all. They're literally, it's
And
like you see how
there's
much
a
they'll
sense
lie.
of like a lot, not no offense, but like a lot of these people were like fucking hobbyists. You know what I mean? Like they weren't like professional artists.
Yeah.
You
Well,
know,
and they
so
went through
there's a
Patrick's
little bit of like oh, Matt Barr is fucking good. Like yeah, I am good at what I do. I am a good illustrator. I am a good artist. I make good
well,
comics. You know, and so there's a little bit of like jealousy. I believe that's like why would Patrick like tell people in the Dungeoneer group that I'm sending fucking people emails. You
I
know what I
think
mean? And it
like
was like, bro, like, what fucking emails am I sending? What are you fucking talking about? You know, and like I'm not in that room to defend myself, but then that like kind of trickles out, you know what I mean? And people are like, oh, Matt Barr sends fucking fake emails. And it's like, what the fuck?
I think it's your connection to like Richard Meyer, and I think that I mean I've been around enough to really kind of hear a lot of the bullshit, but I think Richard Meyer is still like an important person in this sort of like little world.
Yeah.
And so they're like, I think, who knows? I mean, that'd be my guess. If I just total guess, it would be that they want they want to work with him because he still has a core base of fans. Unlike Ethan's lost his fans. Comicsgate's probably lost all their other fans. He probably still has his fans because he has kind of done his own thing. He's kind of like he saw whatever happened, and they've tried to tear him down. It's like he's an easy target because he doesn't fight back. He
doesn't register. He doesn't comment about their shit at all.
Yeah, I mean he has his own thing. I don't know the guy personally.
Yeah, there was some Richard connections to some of this stuff. Like
well, he could
this
sell
this fucking this guy. He also I don't know, but the that there's this guy Joe Ball who was like super friendly with me when I came to Comicsgate. Like was like, man, I love your artwork. I love your shit. I'm like, cool, man, thanks. You know what I mean? Like. Not being on the defense, I was just like, all right, man, cool. Like this is cool. Like I'm meeting other artists and shit. And then I know, dude. What a fucking
you mean the enemy? Yeah, no.
Basically, but then it came down to, hey man, can I get Zach's email address? Like, do you mind if I get Zach's email address from you? And I was like, I just got the one email address that fucking everybody has.
He'll actually read your emails.
Yeah, he actually reads my email. And so like, because if I email Zach or Richard, whatever you want to call him, like I email him, like I'll get a reply within 20 minutes, but so he's like, yeah, man, can I get his email? And I'm like, his public one is what I have. And he was like, and he got fucking shitty, stopped talking to me, and then started fucking talking shit. So like went from like, man, you're so cool, I love your stuff, to like, fuck that guy. Out of the fucking, just because I wouldn't like give him some like fake fucking contact that doesn't exist, dude. It was wild,
it's probably multiple things. It's probably like they're going around, and I don't know about this person specifically, but they're probably going around looking for somebody to help them get their career started, and so they're just going kissing everybody's ass. It happens in the entertainment industry a lot.
Yeah,
and then once they can't use you, and like they probably went to somebody that didn't like you. And that person's like, well, yeah, I'll hook you up. I'll help you out. But we see you're friends with him. Oh, I'm not friends with him. I was just trying to use him to get this. Oh, well, okay. Well,
that's dirty.
And so it seems like that's a common thing. Like, remember, they all kind of, like the people that get all the biggest attention are people that go after Eric July or people that go after certain people. And it's just sort of like, it stipulates that you're part of this little team of people, these like fucking haters or whatever you want to call it.
I'm so burnt out on the Eric July hate shit, dude. Like, Ethan turning like all of CG into this fucking Eric July hate train was just fucking so stupid and such a waste of time.
Well, it's all I mean, in all honesty, it's like racism is not good for business, and that's it's not good for business. And so
no,
whatever he's doing there, it's all race related. He could say whatever the fuck he wants to say, but 100% he doesn't like black people.
And the hibbity jibbity shit is like, bro.
Yeah, he doesn't like black people, and the black people he does have around, like Dave Williams, you could tell he has them around just so that he could have the token black guy in his team, and it's all bullshit, you know. So it's like,
I like Dave Williams' art, but where the fuck
I
is
don't know. I don't
Fearsome?
know him at all, but yeah, he's fine. You know, I don't really think about him either way. You know, it's
Yeah.
like if he's black, if he's Indian, if he's whatever, it doesn't make a fucking difference to me. But when you start having people around just so that you have a certain race of people, so you can make jokes, it just becomes kind of retarded. It's just like, yeah, dude, it's like just don't say the racist thing. You know, then you don't have to have a bunch of people around you that, you know.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you don't
That's
need.
why
To
I
say,
love art, dude. I love like true art because it has nothing to do with like your skin color. You know what I mean? Like whether or not you're
yeah.
good or not is like your effort that you put into it. You know what I mean? Like, does that make sense? Like you can be a black guy and be a fucking amazing artist, and you can be a white guy. Or does that make sense? Like it kind of removes it takes the race out of it.
It can, I mean, yeah, definitely. If you're black and you're in comic books, you probably keep a low profile just so you know, in some ways, because it probably people probably do give you a side look because it is that kind of weird world. You know, it's filled with different kinds of people. You know, but I'm not saying they're racist people. I just think they don't think of it's not really. It's not like sports where there's a lot of black people. It's a little bit different. So I can understand having to keep a low profile. The same thing if I was like doing something else, like if I was a programmer or something, you hear about people in San Francisco that are programmers or like white guys, they keep a low profile because it's filled with Indians and Asian people, you know, and like Chinese and shit. So you keep a low profile. You don't want to become on the radar.
You don't get on the radar and be like, oh, we got too many white guys.
We're gonna get rid of you. You don't want. They're just powerful. You know, there's a lot of them, and same thing with the white guys or whoever's running, you know, Marvel and DC. You know, it's like you know, I remember Jim Lee said, you know, he's like, I don't think I can make it or his parents said they're never going to let you do something. You're never going to let you become an artist because you're Korean. And he's like, no, I can do it. You know, this kind of thing. So I don't know, but there wasn't a lot of Koreans in before Jim Lee. But then now there is a lot of them, so it's kind of weird.
There's a lot of South Americans.
Oh yeah, there's always been Hispanics.
Well, it was like they for a little while they went to the Philippines and started finding artists.
Oh really?
And then they switched over to South America and started finding artists and shit. Like, I remember just like buying comics and like not being able to pronounce the fucking name. I was like, oh, I mean, it's still good artists, but it's like.
It's weird because like
I kind of didn't like it. I was like, why are you fucking farming out artwork to fucking non-American artists for a fucking American comics? I know.
Oh yeah, I can make a comic book tomorrow if I just decide to hire like somebody from South America or Philippines or something. But I think it's unethical. It's like I was around too many unions, stuff like that, and it's like you need to pay people a living. I mean, if you hire from somebody from South America, but you're paying $200 a page, sure, that's fine. Yeah. But if you're paying 25 or 50 bucks a page, it's kind of fucked up.
Yeah.
So it's like, you know, and I don't know. I mean, it's like, could you get somebody just as good? I mean, if somebody is from South America and they're fucking awesome, just let them fucking do their thing, dude. But they're going to definitely, if they are, no matter who they are, if they're hella good, they're going to demand a higher price anyways. They're going to make the same amount of money you and me is going to make because they're just quality artists, you know? So there's no barriers in that respect. For sure. But yeah. No, it's like I just don't get the whole it's like you might, you know, even if you are racist, like which I don't know what's really in these people's hearts, you know, but why do you gotta say crazy shit? It just makes it so fucking hard to have the business. You know, it's like you can't be associated with Comicsgate at all, even if Comicsgate is like the anti-Marvel. Like that's why I kind of look at it as being like this sort of anti-Marvel, anti-DC woke crap, which is fine. But it shouldn't be like, hey, we need to like make the master racers and talk a bunch of shit about Jews. It's just stupid shit to do. It's like, why are you doing that, dude?
Yeah.
And it's like the Jews, you know, they're pretty powerful in the comic book industry. And you're just making, it's like his whole thing where Ethan was making like the Mein Kampf, like fucking book. It's like, why would you do that, dude? Like you married to a Jewish lady.
Do you realize like the impact or what the Jews did for the comic book industry and how many Jews were fucking in the industry? Like,
yeah, Jack Kirby. I mean, Jack Kirby,
Stan Lee, the two dudes who made fucking Superman. Fuck. I mean, you can keep going. Will Eisner.
Every Marvel character. I mean, the guy, the original guy that hired all these people to create comic books was just some dude that wanted to create World War II propaganda. He's a Jewish guy. They wanted American, to support American troops, and, and so it's like, it's apple, it's American apple pie. It's like Jews are involved just as much. They're Americans. They're involved in all this shit. So it's like, why, what the fuck are you doing, dude? Like, it's just. I mean, I get that, some
you
people
have to
don't
be able to separate the two. You got to
to
be able to be like, yeah, Stanley was a Jewish guy, but that's not an Israeli. You know what I mean?
I don't care if somebody's Israeli or I mean, they're
I
fine.
don't care if you're like, but I'm not jamming on the Israeli government right now. I think they're pretty shady.
Everybody is bad, dude. Fucking people will say the same thing about the British MI6 people, same thing about our CIA. And they'll have legit reasons to hate the CIA, but it doesn't, we're fucking Americans.
Yeah.
Israel's involved in America. Israel's like our fucking right-hand man. We can't do anything about it, dude.
Yeah.
It's like, we can't change the way we do business in America. They're heavily involved in our companies, our businesses. We're sort of.
But do you think people should be like, I saw a Tim Pool clip recently where like that lady was like just fucking clapping back on everything.
Yeah. What was she?
I have no problem with clearly I don't have a problem with Jewish people. I guess it's just like the policies and some of the shenanigans. But you're right. Like we do our own shenanigans, but there are shenanigans.
Yeah. I mean, seriously. I mean,
like, what about the CIA? I'm like, fuck yeah, the CIA, fucking dope.
Well, yeah, the Protestants are fucking just as bad as the Jews, just as bad as the Catholics. We're all fucking retards. We're all idiots, man. Yeah, I mean, people they just get blown up, and like there's a lot of it's like people don't like they want to tear people down to get success and shit, so it becomes a kind of fucked up situation.
Yeah,
but it's like these are individual real people behind these names, behind these races. There's real people there, so it's hard to do. It's like I guarantee you, the stupid shit that Ethan or whoever we're talking about says. Well, they'll never say it face to face with some Jewish person or some black person. They would never say that shit because they don't, maybe they don't feel that way personally. I think that they're probably not really racist, but they're appealing to some fucking assholes, and it just makes things hard. It's like, cause it's like, why do I can't go, it's like, what am I going to fucking do with you? It's like, I can't fucking get involved in your fucking, your insanity, dude. Like, it's like, it's too much, it's just like, it's just bad for business.
Look at this fucking retard. Look at this. We got fucking comic book cut.
Yeah, he hates my guts, dude. He literally, he banned me a long time ago. He's really angry about me. I don't know what it was like. He just kept defending. He makes up these crazy stories about Ethan, and then he'll just he'll just attack you if you debate him at all. Like, I'm sure
he's Ethan's fucking baseball boy. You know what I mean? He's the people's greatest ever. So
yeah, it's sad, man. It's like, why, it's like, that's the whole thing is like, do you think Comic Hut's buying comic books? No. Do you think he has money? It's like, you have a guy like Comic Book Hut around saying all this stupid shit, basically giving them carte blanche to act like dummies. And then like, then what happens? It pisses everybody else off and they don't want to be around the scene anymore because they don't want to deal with him. They don't want to deal with like people acting like idiots. It's like, you can't have both things. Either you have real fans and you create real comic books for people that want to read comic books that actually have money, that are involved in, and they actually get involved in your series and they want to be, or you have the other hand, you have fucking these super fans that are just fucking don't buy shit and they just
feel like we need to like separate yourself from the fans. Like as a creator, at some point, it's like, I can't keep talking to the people who are buying my stuff because it just like gets in the way of shit. Like, imagine like, fucking Zack Snyder being on Twitter and just like fucking replying to everybody who has something shitty to say about his movie. You know what I mean? Or it's like you listen to some people like directors or other like big time creatives, and they're just like, yeah, I don't read other people's shit. I just create, and I don't really focus on what people are saying. I almost feel like, I mean, I haven't been on Twitter And that's been nice because I've just been working more. Because yeah, there's just like I feel like fans is cool, but like there's just a lot of fucking haters. I can't think of another word for it, you know?
It's like it is weird. I think that was the whole check mark thing behind all that stuff back in the day, and that why they were banning people because there were just trolls online. But I mean, and you know, a troll's a troll. You know, yeah. I mean, I've trolled people before just for the fuck of it, and people do. And you know, I'm sure you know, comic straight drama is trolling us. He's here to fucking. He waits till we see him and we give him attention, and then he's gonna start trolling us. He's like, "Oh, you're stupid. You said something stupid," and da 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 da, hoping to reel us in with it. You know, like a fucking,
Yeah. Oh, hey, he'll fucking take a screenshot and be like, Matt Barr and Violent Comics are talking about blah blah blah, and that'll be like a tweet, and it's like, it's not Comics V drama.
well,
I don't consider myself part of fucking Comicsgate anymore.
Well, yeah, I don't think anybody does. I mean, it's like that was what I was saying a long time ago. It's like Richard Meyer should get on there and fucking say something because I guarantee he disagrees with a lot of shit that they're doing, and he kind of was there in the beginning. So it's like people might actually listen to him, you know, a little bit. You know, he might be the one guy that could kind of like turn this around to a certain degree.
I don't think there's anything to turn around, dude. I mean, plus I feel like the movement really fucking died once it got trademarked. Like once it's fucking trademarked, it's not really a fucking movement. It's just
I wasn't around for that shit, but I guess what he tried to do, like he tried to like fucking put out some pornography comic books under the comic books name. I'm gonna step away and take a piss anyways. You tell him.
yeah, it was turn your mic off. I don't want to hear it. It was like Preston Poulter was trying to trademark Comicsgate. And then it turned into a big fight. And I think somebody else before that, like Vox Day, tried to trademark it. And then Preston Poulter tried to trademark it. And his shit was kind of sussy-wussy. And then somehow somebody else had already put out a book that said Comicsgate on the cover. And then Dark Gift got involved and helped Ethan gain control of the trademark. And then that was it pretty much.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think Ethan called the guy a pedophile or something, and fucking
he called him. I don't know if he called him a pedophile, but I know he was like calling him some shit, and the dude sued him.
Yeah,
and I think you know, Ethan has to like fucking pay him money. I know Preston Poulter was like, "Yo, you haven't been paying me money." They had to like go back to court. Because he was like, "Yo, Ethan's not paying me." And do you remember Ethan had to do like an apology stream?
Yeah.
He had to do it twice.
Thing,
yeah. He had some like bullshit fucking Bill Cosby Huxtable fucking sweater on, and was like the first video was like kind of snarky, and then a few moments later, like that got deleted, and then another one popped up, and he was like way more stoic and serious. And then you hear like somebody's voice on like a fucking speakerphone say like, "Yeah, that's good." He fucking saw. So it's like his like lawyer was like, "Dude, you can't do that. You got to make it better." All right, hold on. Let me fucking do it right now.
Well, yeah, a judge will listen to something like that, and they'll say, "Yeah, you know, like I don't think you're being sincere with your apology, so we're not going to let you get away with this." But I mean, I think he did it for comedy too. I don't know, to a certain degree. I think
there's comedy, but then once there's legalities, once it's gotten litigious, like it's not really fucking. It's a joke, right?
Well, I mean, it's the whole. It's you know, it's not very smart to get involved with people. Like, you know, it's like you should, you know, unless you're ready to like. You know something, you have proof, you should just keep your mouth shut to a certain degree, I guess. You know, it's like, you know, you can guess about things, and I guess about things. Sure, I have my guesses about things. I'll even say them publicly, but you know, they're usually founded in some sort of like based on some like other, you know, receipts that exist, you know. But
yeah. But with Poulter, I mean, I'm glad he didn't get the fucking trademark. But I mean, at this point, who gives a fuck? But yeah, he was like,
I don't think he's
doing like cucking. He was doing like cuck videos. There's like literal, like legit, like videos of him.
I don't think Ethan has a trademark. I don't think anybody has a trademark, to be honest with you. I think he's just lying. He's just lying. That'd be
You
my
think
guess.
so?
Yeah, because when like what's his name challenged him, like who's that comedy guy? He said he was gonna come out with his own cyber frog. He's gonna put comic skate on the emblem on there. He said, yeah, you could use it. You could use it. He's like, you just have to ask me, and I'll tell you it's fine to use the comic skate logo on your comic book.
Mm-hmm. But I've seen him reject it. Like I remember when he first got the trademark, or when he first had that ability, like somebody showed up and was like, "Hey, this is what I want to have comic skate on my book."
The lawsuit or after the lawsuit? You know what I'm saying? Like
after the lawsuit. It was after, it was after lawsuit, and he declared that he owned the trademark. So I guess it was like, okay, I get the trademark, but I have to apologize and pay for something else. But because somebody showed up and like the comic book had like somebody with like giant tits on the front cover. You know what I mean? And he was just like, yeah, no, you can't put comic skate on that. So I was like, all right, well, he seems to be like fucking trying to like defend the trademark, but that was years ago. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so. It's one of those weird things where it's like it's hard to tell because there's no money involved in anything anymore. There's no money coming in, so it's like who knows what really his if there was a lot of money, would there be like a comic skate comic book where there'd just be new artists and they'd be selling it, and he would Ethan take 20% of the money off the top, and then divvied up amongst the other artists and the publications and whatever, and have a business entity. I mean, that would be the only reason why you'd copyright is so you can make money off of it.
Yeah.
So he isn't doing that, and probably because the name is complete, it's like, it's become a weird dynamic of like people probably aren't fighting against, Biden and the woke shit anymore. And Marvel's trying to turn it around to becoming more.
I mean, the woke shit is kind of like is over.
People start buying Marvel again, and they're like, we'll go back to Marvel because Marvel's better than you guys. And that's
Marvel puts their stuff out. Marvel has kind of corrected its course. DC has corrected its course. I mean, they were getting that woke money. They were getting woke money, and they were putting out this shit, but they're corporations, right? And corporations want money, right? So like they only give a fuck about that bottom line. So if you are running a corporation and you're like, hey, we just did a bunch of like fucking woke shit, a bunch of LBGT fucking whatever, Shane Davis is hashtagging LGBT youth and is fucking doing all these things. Well, if nobody's buying it, eventually that woke money, I forgot like what it was, like DI money or D whatever, but like once that disappeared, they couldn't justify it, right? The subsidies were no longer there. So like the people are going, you guys are producing shit that nobody's watching. The stockholders are going to be the ultimate, sayers. So it's like, hey, I'm a Disney stockholder and my fucking stock has dropped over the last 6 years because you put out shit that nobody's watching. So eventually there's like a correction of like, okay, well, let's start doing fucking Marvel movies with dude characters again, and let's do absolute Batman or All In,
Well, it's like this.
All In series.
Like, these parent companies like Warner Brothers and like Disney and all these other people that basically own like Disney. I think maybe it owns Marvel still. I forget if it bought Marvel or not, but they basically these parent
companies, right? Disney bought Marvel. I think
I think they own Marvel, they own Star Wars, they own LucasArts and stuff. And so basically all these so they could put out like so the comic books are on the bottom line. They have all these movies that are coming out, so the movies are making them a ton of money, but the comic books don't really didn't even make them money in their impression. This is why they sort of explained it, and so they could put out the woke DEI kind of like content because they don't care if anybody buys it. It's just all propaganda shit to keep certain people happy, because if they see that if certain people like the bankers and the people that have all the money, they're investing in movies, investing in the stock market and doing all this other stuff. If they see that you're putting out all this content like lesbian fucking Wolverine and shit, then you can like then they'll be like, oh yeah, this company's going the right direction and blah blah blah. More money comes in through investments, and more money is more. They raise more capital. Basically, that's all they raise. They raise more capital, and so they don't really care if the comic book loses money as long as the movies and probably more merchandising and all this other stuff is making money.
But you know, none of it has been. Like, you go to the toy store, like nobody's buying fucking
maybe now
roast tiki and shit. You know,
for a long time it was making money. Like that's what they're saying about Disney, is that when Disney first released, like we were talking about, like the first of the new Star Wars movies came out, that made a lot of money.
Yeah,
that made $1 billion plus.
Yeah,
and it sold a lot of stuff. People are happy to have it back. You know, the first Marvel movies were gangbusters, and they made tons and tons and tons of movie money. And like, I mean, the movie market's totally stagnated for many reasons, but there's just not like any, you know, it's like the higher tide, whatever they say, the higher tide, like, you know, raises
all ships.
Yeah. So if it's like their company basically has, you know, cash influx, they're fine because they could spend the money and they're fine with it. But now they don't have cash influx, and there's all sorts of reasons for that. And money's just people have massive money say, oh, we're going to move our money over here instead of over here because we see more potential. So they might have just totally abandoned the movie market entirely.
That's
because the
what
investments
it was.
aren't paying off.
DEI. Yeah. They're like trying to reshape society almost, you know. Like,
well, DEI is corporate bankers from like Europe, basically, and in our stock market in New York City and shit. It's they basically say that, you know, like if you have this it's basically inclusion. So if you have certain people, like you represent certain people, like the Academy Award said, you can't have certain movies can't be given awards or can't be nominated for awards unless they fit this criteria, which is having certain representation based on race, based on sexuality.
Yeah, that's wild, dude.
Well, it's arts. Yeah, it's weird that the arts would do that, because how am I going to make my neo-Nazi movie that sort of criticizes neo-Nazis, but how am I going to make my neo-Nazi movie if I you know, I have to have these representation, you know, how do I do that? You know, how do I have all these different things?
Yeah, they're not going to give you the money to make your movie.
Well,
you put a black lesbian in a wheelchair in there somewhere.
Well, the big thing with like gatekeeping in Hollywood in general is that you have to go through certain markets to like sell your product. So they have like, you know, it's like if I made a movie or made a comic book or whatever, I have to go to Amazon to sell it, or I have to go to Disney to sell it. I have to go to some kind of distributor to sell it. So distributors are involved because they're owned by big parent companies, and they'll tell you, no, we won't buy your movie. You can't distribute your movie and so people that have money know that, and they won't invest in your movie because they know that it won't get your distribution. And so it's just this giant, like, you know, situation where you talk to somebody and they go, dude, I totally believe in your movie about how Ronald Reagan was a badass, but we can't sell it. They won't release that movie. Or how Donald Trump is like we did the right thing here. And, you know, you can't release your movie on J6 because J6 has like, you can't say, oh yeah, Pelosi was like behind all the J6. And
are you trying to get my channel struck? I'm just kidding.
Right. Dude, I mentioned COVID like 5 times already.
Holy shit. We're fucking fucked. I'm fucked.
You used to get fucked for COVID, right? Remember that?
Yeah.
You're like your Facebook profile will get fucking banned and shit for mentioning COVID.
Ivermectin. Remember that? You mentioned ivermectin. You were fucking struck. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it was fucking.
But now people are like, yo, you got cancer. Ivermectin is fucking the cure for cancer. I don't know if that's true. Don't quote me on that. But I did see like Mel Gibson was on Joe Rogan and was like, yeah, my friend took ivermectin and he fucking it like cleared up.
Well, it's like a parasite, like cure kind of thing, but also it was helping with inflammation, which is like what happens with what happens with the COVID problems. COVID basically creates a bunch of inflammation and a bunch of problems in your body and gets you super hot. So like ivermectin,
super hot and bothered.
yeah, something
super
like
hot.
I don't know. I'm not a medical person, but
Yeah, we need to like the Hut says, we need to be careful giving advice. But
I wouldn't be surprised if Hut wants to fucking strike your channel. He's probably
because he's the people's champion. He's the greatest people's champion.
dude.
Yeah,
Like
I don't know.
Raptors
It's all
has
speculation.
bad luck, dude. He's been fucking.
Say what?
Oh, Raptor's been hit so many fucking times, dude. They're going after him like fucking gangbusters and shit for his channel.
Yeah, but quote unquote, Liam didn't strike his channel, but yeah, people were fucking hitting his shit for sure. It was definitely an orchestrated an attempt to get rid of his channel, but then he just fucking moved to Rumble, and like now they can't really do anything, right? I mean, now he can pretty much say whatever he wants.
Yeah, Rumble's a different group, and I don't think that they're right wing, so they talking about guns or whatever is not going to get them upset. Like they probably NRA probably has like probably buys ads on fucking
YouTube. They don't like guns, dude. One time I was on Comic Book Commandos a long time ago, and the host of that show fucking pulled out a rifle.
What, Johnny Scab or something?
Nah, not Johnny Scab. the other guy. I forgot his fucking name now. And it sucks because he put out a book that doesn't look bad.
Oh, I mean the kid?
Yeah.
He's an asshole, dude. He's a
he's a fucking shithead. But yeah, he like pulled out a gun one day on the live stream, and I was like, oh shit. Like I think you're supposed to do that, bro.
Yeah, it's weird because he seems like a closeted gay kind of guy, but he's involved with all these people, so it's like really kind of like one of those ironic things. Like he just, I mean, I grew up around a lot of gay people, so I'm just like you're like that guy seems kind of gay. No, there's nothing wrong with it, but I mean, what are you doing over here? It's just kind of weird. Like it's like that's what I always say. It's like that's the crazy thing about Confiscate is like. Vito can go and put out a Marvel comic book. You can make these comic books in mainstream. It should be a situation for, Confiscate should be like the fucking the blacklisted kind of comic books that you can't put out, like the X-rated shit. You're not saying like sex and all that stuff, but like talking about issues that are fucking, politically unpopular, but they won't do it. But it's a bunch of fucking PC crap that they're putting out. It's like, you want that audience back. You want people that are going to buy comic books, talk about shit, talk about things that are real, like do.
Well, if you want people to buy your comic books, you need to fucking deliver them. You need to show up with them. I mean,
I don't think that's the main problem. I think the main problem is that people don't really give a shit about the characters, and then it's like,
well, it's hard to give a shit about a character when every issue is like 5 years apart.
Maybe.
Like I don't give a fuck about what happens to Cyberfrog because it was 5 years ago when I read the one issue. I don't know. I feel like it's like Eric July's stuff might be like fucking not up to par. You know what I mean? But it's like I'm trying to think of the analogy of like, you might have Ethan has a pizza shop. I'm not making a joke about the fucking throat goat pizza dick sucking or anything. I'm just saying like, let's say Ethan has a pizza shop and it might be the gourmet fucking pizza. You know what I mean? Like it may be Nippolanio pizza. You know what I mean? Like recipes from the fucking old world, right? It might be the shit, right? But if you're not delivering your pizzas, nobody fucking, there's going to be a problem. But it's like he's not delivering his pizzas or working on it. He's standing out in the parking lot fucking yelling about Eric July delivering his fucking mediocre pizzas.
He's an old dude.
You know what I mean? It's like, like Eric July is delivering mediocre pizzas, but he's delivering them. And like sometimes people just fucking want pizza. You know what I mean? People, I just want to fucking read a new comic book. I just want to read some new shit. Sometimes I'm like that. Sometimes I'm like, man, I've read everything I got. I want to fucking go to the comic store and pick up some shit that I haven't seen or read. You know what I mean? So You know, you could be the fucking greatest pizza maker ever, but if you're not delivering any of the pizzas, like the person who is making fucking half-ass pizzas is gonna get the sales.
Yeah,
People
the
want
frozen
pizza.
pizza. The frozen
Yeah,
pizza
dude, he could be like
is
Eric July's fucking frozen pizzas. Like, I just thaw them out and deliver them.
the Tombstone
People
was
are just
good,
like,
dude.
what the fuck? But I want pizza. I really want my pizza. I want content. I'm a comic book fan. I want my content. I'm gonna go where it's getting delivered on a fairly regular basis. Like, I give you money and you're gonna give me a comic book.
I've heard the argument a million times. Like, I mean, I came from the movie industry, and I've heard people talk about screenwriters and artists in general that are fucking really hard to deal with. And the argument is that if you're going to be trouble, if you're going to be a lot of trouble, you better be worth it.
Yeah.
So it's like if he was putting out, if you put out, like we were talking about Hard Boiled, if Ethan put out Hard Boiled, people would fucking love him. But he's not putting out that good of content. So people just don't give a flying shit. It's just that simple.
Right.
It's
Well,
like,
that's the thing. Ethan is like, he's putting out books that are like the same quality as a monthly book.
I mean, if you put
know
out
what I
Dark
mean?
Horse,
It's like the
shit,
same
dude,
kind of
people are gonna be
content.
fucking cool with it, dude. Yeah.
Say-
I mean, it's.
Say again?
Oh, I said if you put out Dark Horse or just like stuff that kind of discuss like topics of the day, people would be interested in it. They're not going to get it anywhere else. And you could be more extreme and more crazy than anybody else because you're a comic book. You're kind of flying under the radar. And you have like all these alternative platforms to use. You have Fund My Comic Book. And so like the fact that they have the ability to do it, they just, and you can tell they have controversial views. They have views that, a little bit, they know what the new topic of the day is. They just choose not to. They're like, oh, this is my baby or something, and like that's where they.
It's a pickle. I mean, I appreciate Luke doing that, doing the Fund My Comic, and Shane Davis doing the back my hole, bro. But like, you're gonna have to like generate your own audiences to go to those sites. Like, there's not a
algorithm.
Well, you know what I mean? Like, people go to Kickstarter just to see like what books are coming out. You know what I mean? Or they'll go to Indiegogo and be like, hey, let me look up what the top comic books that are getting funded right now. You know what I mean? There's like
engineering to get people to go there for sure.
Yeah, so there's like just people who go regularly to those sites, but like Fund My Comic, like, I mean, like the number of people who just like, let me just stop by Fund My Comic and see what's going on. I don't think it's there. So you have to like generate your own, like, which you do anyways. I'm not saying you have to just sit on your laurels and allow the sites to do it, but it seems like it might be a little easier on the bigger sites. And that's probably where I'm gonna go is Indiegogo, and then just do another different cover for Kickstarter. But
yeah, I mean, there's no reason not to. I mean, unless you're making content that you shouldn't be making or whatever. But
see, I'm like, I guess I'm like old school about it. Like, I want to make comic books that like the mainstream was making in the 80s and the 70s. Like, I'm not really. I don't like that. Not that I have a problem with people drawing naked titties and shit, but just, I don't know. The comic books that I want to make are like are comic book code authority kind of stuff.
Well, I'll touch on that for a second, but yeah, like, I mean, like we both read Faust or something, right?
Yeah.
And like, Faust to me was a little extreme. Like, it was like I read it, I bought it, I thought it was cool because the art was really good. Tim Visual is some panels are terrible, and some of his art is in that book is very bad, but some of the panels are just amazing. They're like better than McFarlane. They're just fucking great. Mm-hmm. So it's like, whoa, yeah, this fucking, when he's cutting people up, you can tell he got into certain things he just thought were total dog shit and just, just didn't do his best work on. But yeah, it's like it's a little seeing like grotesque scenes of sex and violence.
I don't want to sit here drawing that, and like I have a family, I have no interest in drawing something that I have to fucking cover up when my kids come into the room. You know what I mean? Like, and that's been my fucking
it seems a little too
role
much.
ever since. You know what I mean? Like ever since I've been a commercial artist, like I've had people been, come to me with like some fucking adult shit, and I'm just like, I'm not, I don't feel, I don't
Well,
feel
I remember
comfortable
looking at
fucking
like
drawing that.
fucking like what was his name, like Ed Piskor stuff, and I was like, this is not that, it's, I
I don't think
liked
it's
who he
that good. I don't like I didn't like his stuff at all.
well
I mean,
I
rest in
it's
peace, what the fuck ever, his
yeah,
shit. But
yeah.
like, if as an artist, I'm not a fan of his stuff.
Well, and it was like the fucking his art his stories were really dark. I mean, like really kind of like evil, like weird stuff like going on. And I appreciate there's some, you kind of go there a little bit, but when the main character, the main story is that, it's like you get, it's like almost just too much fucking insanity. It was like, it was just like too much, like it's just too much grotesque like fucking sexuality, and just, we was like, okay, this is, I could read this for a few pages, but I was like, I just don't care. I don't want to read this anymore. I don't wanna,
Yeah, and that's why I felt. That's why I kind of like started gravitating towards listening to Zach talking about comics and like, what the fuck is going on with comic books, and then that kind of like went into like Comicsgate. You know what I mean? Where I was like, yeah, what the fuck is wrong with mainstream comics? That was the original Comicsgate. Was like, what the fuck is wrong with these comics?
well,
The
yeah, I
fuck
think
is going on?
Jack actually likes like fucking real like 80s and 70s comic books, like what was the meat and potatoes of comic books. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, 90s, whatever, but it was like once it was just like, okay, we're gonna like sexualize and make X-Men fucking homos, but then we're gonna take Power Girl and we're gonna make her ass flat and we're gonna cover her tits. It was just like a weird like twisting around of shit, and like a lot of like the politics of these early comic books were very subtle. You know what I mean? It was I guess because of the Comic Book Code Authority, they had to be kind of like subtle with some of their stuff, and not so on the nose with, Iceman, you're a homo,
I mean, I don't think it wasn't well,
and
some of the
shitty.
sexuality
Art was
wasn't,
getting shitty for a little while. I was like, hey, we've hired this. I know I've already made the joke before. It's like, we've hired this black lesbian who is in a wheelchair to draw, and it's like, this fucking looks like shit. Like,
well,
I'm not
it
giving you
wasn't
fucking
important.
$4 for this fucking trash.
Well, I mean, Spider-Man issue wouldn't be about him exploring his like feminine side.
No,
Back
it's
in the day,
about him
it'd be
getting
about,
cucked, right?
it'd
Like
be,
it's
well, no, I'm
Mary
saying,
Jane like fucking marrying some new dude, and like Peter just, it's fucking.
well, no, I mean, I'm saying like back in the day, it didn't even approach his like his love life in that respect. It was like very much like a, in the background. It was just used as a trope to explain why he was like having to race somewhere because Mary Jane was somehow captured or was in trouble, so he had to go get it. It's like Lois Lane. It
Like
wasn't part of,
it might be insinuated that
and kids didn't care about it.
fucking Rogue and Magneto are fucking in the Savage Land. You know what I mean? But like it was never said. You know what I mean? It was like, yeah, we spent some time together. I don't know. I just
Really? I mean,
you didn't know that? You didn't know Rogue and Magneto were fucking in the Savage Land for a little bit?
Rogue. I that was probably after I stopped collecting.
Is
Yeah.
it Rogue or Mystique? No, not Rogue. Mystique, the chick who like touches skin and gains your powers. Is that Rogue? It's Rogue, right?
Well, there was like the fucking
Mystique is the fucking shapeshifter. Rogue is the chick with
one
the
that
strike
touches
in her
people.
hair.
Yeah, Rogue is the one that touches people.
Don't touch me! Don't touch me!
Yeah, the movies made it really kind of lame. The comic book, I mean, John Byrne in that whole era was insane. Like it was really just like he actually had it down the way they sounded and everything that, if he didn't get in trouble for being a homophobe or something, that happened far before Comicsgate. He got in trouble.
Do you remember the first like official gay character? Do you remember when they did that?
What was Alpha Flight? And they did to fuck with John Byrne. Yeah.
Yeah, it was North Star, I think, came out.
Well, that was his character. That was John Byrne's main character.
Oh, really? That they fucking, that was like an editorial jab at John Byrne.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, So John Byrne made this like alpha, kind of like alpha dude, and they were like, we're gonna take your character that is your main dude, and then we're gonna make him into like this fucking thing.
Dude, I heard that he was making X-Men comics that like don't get released. Like he's just like drawing and writing his own X-Men comics, and like because they're just sitting there, like he does them for himself.
He had drawn like a bunch of comic books over like I guess like last decade or so, and just released them on his like website, like his like message board.
Yeah.
He just put them up there, and then somebody a group of fans collected them all and then turned them into a comic book, and then they sold the comic book. But I don't think John Byrne got any money, or not. John Byrne.
Because I know that guy needed money. I remember in the long ago, it was like, hey, John Byrne needs money for his fucking teeth or something. You remember
Really?
that? Yeah.
I
think I like read it in Wizard. That's how long ago. Like it was like John Byrne is like raising money to fucking get new teeth.
That's sad. Yeah, the Marvel. It was John Byrne, Chris Claremont. I guess maybe it was Chris Claremont that did the thing with like. Was it John Byrne that said the anti-gay stuff and they got in trouble, or was it Chris
remember?
Okay. Yeah, I forget the whole thing where they went after that character and turned the character gay and shit. I forget the whole story behind that.
Yeah,
but yeah, bizarre. Like it is weird, man. It's just like fucking. They have like a. It's just like. They just, things just never really change. I guess they always say the same. But
I want, and maybe I'm being naive, but I want mainstream comic books to be like all ages. Like I want to be able to like pick up a mainstream comic book and like hand it to a kid, and not like stress about like what kind of content is in it. And like you read mainstream comics, you read your Spider-Mans and your Supermans and shit. But then you get into a teenager, and then you could like start getting to like Vertigo and like some of the like the other stuff. You know what I mean? Like a little bit more mature, but like I don't think mainstream comic books should be mature. Just because like we've grown up doesn't mean the comic books need to, because I think they're for kids. And I that's not an insult. And like I am aware that like I am making comic books that I want kids to read. Like I'm
you have to look at it like
I'm an adult, but I'm making shit that I want kids to enjoy. Like fucking Willy Wonka.
Yeah. So you have to look at it like this, like say like so comic books come from New York City or something, right? And so you have to think about like these New York advertisers or whatever, all these people. How do they see your kid? How do they see children in 2026?
Dude, they see him as fucking consumers. They see him as like empty eggs that they could fill up with fucking shenanigans.
But they're trying to tell them these. So they're introducing like sexuality to like young kids. They're introducing like
which I find all this super weird inappropriate.
Shit. Well, and it's just weird kind of stuff. And like, so to them, they are marketing to children. To you and me, who are older, we don't see it that way. We see it as a totally different sort of aspect of like, like how dare you kind of thing. You don't want to be like the fucking Greta like girl, but they're taking something and they're turning it into like, this is directly related to like an 8-year-old, a 10-year-old kid, and telling them this is the way the world is. This is your world, and it has like this person, and these are the issues they're going through, and it's it's the way the people with money want it to happen. People that own Marvel, whoever bought Marvel and bought all these different people, it's all these different companies like DC and stuff. That's the way they want it. They want this. They want to sell this kind of shit to your kids.
I think they're fucking groomers, dude.
Some
like
of them
that's
are.
What I'm just like, why are you doing that? Why are you putting weird sexual shit in the comic books? Like it's.
I mean, I think it's like
really...
this. I think it's like certain people, like gay people, and then like I think they're like fucking like trans people. They're. But then you have like people that are like basically trying to they're like, I'll be trans so I can get away with all this crazy sexual shit. So it's like,
I hate it.
Invite these people. It's like they're trying to like stand up for they take advantage of the trans community by doing this like this scenario where they're just like, you know, making up all these like new rules and shit. You know, it's like, so they, you know, it's like they get themselves in there and then they start becoming, you know, like, oh, we're going to be this kind of person, you know.
Yeah, and I didn't like just like the weird dismantling of the characters and like fucking with who these characters were. Like I again, dude, I'm like old school. Like I'm just like I totally believe in Stan Lee and like, you know, the illusion of change. You know, these characters they don't need to be fucking going through divorces and shit like that. You know, I know I'm being like super fucking old man, get off my lawn about it, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like a lot of these editors and stuff like didn't see themselves as stewards to these characters. Like these are not characters that they created. These are characters that like they should be carrying on to the next generation of fans, not fucking just like dismantling them.
Well, they look at it differently than you for sure. They're like,
yeah. Well, a lot of these
see it as
people who work in there now are
is a
not
way
fucking comic book fans.
Modernizing these characters and making
Dude,
them new.
You can modernize them. I mean, yeah, you can modernize them, but that doesn't mean that they don't need to be overcomplicated with shit that like kids don't understand. I don't know. I'm not a big fan.
I mean, I think it's totally wrong. I remember like a long time ago, I took a flight and I was like, I was actually coming from New York to back to California just to like, you know, visit family. And I was talking to a lady that was basically, she was like a doctor and she just happened to be sitting in the seat next to me. And like, she's like, oh yeah, we're doing this kind of new research on stuff. And we could tell if a kid is like, what their sexuality is and like, all this stuff by the time they're like, I think she said like 4 or 5 years old. I was like, there's no way a kid knows like what his sexuality is at 4 or 5 years old, even if, you know, there's no way, this is impossible. Oh no, we know all that. You know, I was like, I don't think so. It was like, you're talking to a doctor. I was like, I mean, you know, it's all that you're like a nice person, but there's no way in hell like it was like a 5-year-old kid. And I mean, I grew up by that time, you know, it's like I was older than 5 years old. So I knew I could look back at my own life and I knew when I started becoming attracted to women and that whole thing. And I was like, I was no interest in women or anything when I was like 5 years old. I didn't know anything about sex. I didn't care.
Yeah.
So, and
I mean, you
like,
kind of had an idea, right? I mean, it was like, you know, you're reading Spider-Man and like, you're like, okay, Spider-Man and Mary Jane are now married.
I knew what
you kind of like were, but I didn't have any, they did it, but
I didn't have any traction. I wasn't like getting boners or something. You know?
Right. But it was like, you know, back in the like old movies, like instead of just showing people just straight fucking, you know, they would like the people would start kissing, you know, and they would slowly pan the camera over to the window with the fucking
but those weren't
curtains
kids cartoons.
breezing and shit, you know.
Well, those weren't kids cartoons. I mean, I get what you're saying. You're saying that like we shouldn't be selling sex. We shouldn't be making pornography. I get that part, but I'm sort of talking about is just more just like, you know, the marketing to children and marketing ideas. Like even if they're not marketing sex to children, they're marketing ideas of these alternative like things that they just don't understand, or nor they really have a true understanding of. They can't really understand like what it means to be gay or what it means to be trans or anything. I just don't think they have that ability to understand that. And I think that they're just basically taking kids and just trying to program them. They're just doing experiments on them.
Yeah, it sucks. It sucks having to like kind of like scan what your kids are watching. You know,
well, yeah, the Cuties thing was the craziest thing. So I've heard you guys talk about it a few times, and like, so Cuties, it was made by like, and if you know anything about like Middle Eastern like kind of like thoughts, you know, like they marry women pretty young, like they have marriages. They
do like forced marriages of like fucking kids and shit to like older dudes.
Yep. Dude, there was a famous story just recently where this guy was going to get married at Disneyland. And everybody thought it was his daughter with him. And then he tried to get married, and it was like a 9-year-old girl. And he was like, and I think he was in his 40s or something like that. It was crazy. And so like the people at the Disneyland just like grabbed him and called the police. Like,
yeah, dude,
fucking arrested you. I don't care.
Just imagine like Mickey Mouse just fucking stomping this dude. Not today, asshole.
Well, yeah, no, they were like, the people at the Disneyland were like, we weren't sure like why she was dressed up like this and what was going on. And then we realized he was trying to get married to her, and we're like, well, how old are you? Because you know, she's like under 10, you know, so it was really obvious he's young. And they're like, and he was like trying to tell him, he's like, no, she's like she's 16 years old or whatever legal, you know, the minimum legal age is. And they're like, I don't think so. It's like, you know, 16 is super young anyways, but yeah, it's fucking crazy. But yeah, he was like from like Europe or something, but you know, probably originally from some Middle Eastern country.
Yeah, I've never seen Cuties, never watched a fucking frame of it. I just
Well, no, either have I.
somebody like explained it, and I was like, what the fuck?
It's about like young girls that are in a dance troupe, but they highly sexualized dancing. Like it's like that. It's like almost like
Like Dirty Dancing with little kids and shit.
I guess I haven't seen it, but I know it's like those pageant kind of things. But it's
yeah,
like,
that's some gnarly fucked up shit, dude. That's fucking gross as fuck.
But it's even like more. It's even 10 times worse because it is like what you're saying. Like they're doing like those sexual dances, like those like provocative dancing moves and shit like that.
Yeah,
and so
provocative.
It's like provocative, yeah. And so they're doing like it's obviously supposed to sexualize children, and so you learn that the people that are funded the movie, I think it was shot in France or something like that, but it was all Middle Eastern money that came in to make this movie, and the director is Middle Eastern. And when they told her like this is wrong, you shouldn't be making this movie. All this is terrible. Yeah, no, this is normal. This is totally normal, and this is like, you know, this is for a different audience than you guys are used to. This is for the Middle Eastern or the Middle Eastern people live in France. This is for them. This isn't for you guys. You don't understand. It's not part of your culture. That's what she told them. And it was like people like that. That's when it got like a lot of people like, what the fuck? What did you say?
Right. This isn't for you. It's for a different group of people.
Well,
pedos. That's what it's fucking for.
Well, it's like this is our culture. And you're like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's like you're like, I don't think you.
I hate that. I hate that. Like, well, it's our culture, but it's still fucked up. You know what I mean? Just you can't just be like, well, it's our culture, and like that's like your fucking hall pass to like just do weird shit. You know what I mean? It's like, well, it's fucking gross. You know? Well, that's our culture.
Yeah.
Well, you have a fucked up culture, and like 40,
I don't think it's really
50% of y'all are fucking inbred. You know, like,
well, I don't think it's even their culture. I think it is just like they know they're appealing to the worst common, you know, the worst people. And so this whole like thing where they're like, oh, we're doing this, they know that like it's not that normal in Saudi Arabia. It's probably, or whatever in the Middle East, it's not that normal. But they know they can appeal because there's no other content there. It's like, you know, the pedophiles or whatever are going to flock to it. So they know they're going to get money because it appeals to a small demographic that probably doesn't get this kind of content. So they know they could disguise it as something else. So they use that, you know, I'm sure the people that set the whole thing up knew exactly what they were doing. They knew exactly how to get around the whole thing. It was just like, yeah.
And it seems like it's like a fucking, I don't know what like a call or something like, hey, I like cuties. Oh, you did? I like cuties too. Wink, wink. You know,
well, it's like, I think there's people that are like terminally young and they didn't age, like they didn't mature because they probably didn't have relationships as kids or something. I don't know. So they're I think if you're like a, you know, virgin at age 40, you might think that's normal because you're an incel or whatever. So you might have weird because you haven't really grown up and you didn't have a girlfriend and a wife. You know, you don't have those emotions. Now, some people truly are pedophiles and evil fucks, but I think that some of those people are just mentally
retarded.
Yeah, well, that's correct. That'd be a correct term because their brain hasn't developed, and that's what retardation is. Your brain didn't develop. So, but they're emotional. And their ability to like deal with women it never developed. I think that'd be my guess. Like those, they call them MAPS or something, like whatever I forget that acronym is for, like minor attracted people or something. I think, yeah, that's it. So I think those people are just never matured. And I think that excuse me, I think that they don't really know what they're involved in. They're just like they're probably just virgins or something like that, and they just fantasize about all sorts of crazy shit. They're just mentally deficient, and so they're not a true pedophile, and that's what people are probably saying. But they are problematic because they will try to go and meet up with young girls because they are crazy. They're mentally disturbed. So it's one and the same, I guess, to a certain degree. But yeah, I mean, I don't think they've ever developed mentally and sexually, so they don't really have that.
They all go in the same spot for me, bro.
Well, it's like it's the difference between wanting somebody to be killed or putting wood chipper or something, and somebody saying this person is probably just needs mental help. He needs to talk to somebody. Probably.
I mean, maybe, but it's like, do I want to spend the time? Do I want to spend the time rehabilitating somebody?
I wouldn't, but yeah, I think it's a distinction.
What?
I think the real
You're into this and that?
is,
you like that? You think it's cool? You haven't fucking grown up? Okay, you're fucking
Well, dude, look at
this fertilizer, motherfucker.
Well, look at those comic books. I mean, I was just going to bring it back to that. Is that look at those comic books they're putting out with like underage looking girls that are half naked and doing all sorts of shit. I'm like, it doesn't appeal to me, but it seems like it sells a lot. And it seems like these guys, when you kind of break down who they are, they're very immature kind of people, and they have this really weird, like the lolly shit. They're really into weird shit. And you're like, this is kind of strange. You're into this stuff, but they're.
I think it's. I mean, I think it's weird when people are like really into anime. I don't know. I don't know, man. There's something about grown people being into this shit and like collecting this shit that I'm just it's sometimes I'm like, you didn't grow up, or I don't know.
Well, it doesn't appeal to me personally. It's too Japanese for me, but I like some of it. But I mean, it's really sexualized a lot. Everything is really sexualized in anime. It has a and so if you're, I don't know, like somewhat of a shut-in or something like that, it might be the way you get your rocks off to a certain degree. It might be titillating to you. So I think that's the appeal, is titillating content to people that probably don't get a lot of sexual attention.
Yeah, I'm just married. Like, if I want to get titillated, I just go fucking start sweet talking my wife. You know what I mean? I like pop in a fucking anime.
Yeah, no, well, they probably don't have wives. It's probably they don't have any. They probably never had a long-term relationship. Would be my guess. But yeah, to bring it back around, it's just like, I think that those people have taken over certain markets, certain things. Like they've taken over, like we're talking about taking over confiscated, taking over certain things, and that's where you get. They've normalized this insanity. The things that you'd say like, dude, like, why would you want to, like, it's like never sexualize, but have any kind of relationship with somebody that's that young, because I can't relate to somebody as young. I mean, it's fine. Like a little kid might say something cute or whatever, like there might be something like, oh, that's fucking cool. It reminds me when I was a kid. Oh yeah, I remember I did.
I mean, a little kid could say something. That's
cool. I wouldn't have a.
You know what I mean? You could be like, "Hey, that kid's cool," but yeah, you're never gonna have like a fucking friendship with some kid, or
you don't relate to
or anything beyond that. I mean, honestly, I don't talk to other kids except for mine. You know what I mean? Like I don't. I just. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of kids in general.
Well, then you get into.
I say that and I'm making comic books. I mean, kids are awesome. I think everybody should have a bunch of them, but I don't really talk to other people's kids. I don't, like, if we're at the playground, like some kid will say something to me, I'll just like nod my head and fucking start looking for a parent. It's like, your fucking kids over here fucking talking to me. You need to teach them not to fucking talk to strangers.
Well, these kids are on these adults are on forums with children talking about Sonic 2 and like Sonic the Hedgehog and anime shit with these young kids. It's fucking crazy, man. It doesn't make any sense to me. And I don't know. I mean, I can see what it is. I could see that these people, especially if you talk to them, they're very immature. They don't have that maturity, and they don't see the world the same way you or me would see it. They see it a totally different way. They have this different impression about the world. Like, I mean, I think the same thing when they talk to like the Vito guy.
See, look, John, he doesn't even talk to kids he's related to. I'm just kidding.
He hates his own kids.
Not really.
He's like, I
they're
disown
like,
everybody.
Uncle John, Uncle John. He's just like,
he's like, I'm drinking my beer,
the
kid.
fuck?
Get out of here.
Yeah,
Cigar
Uncle
smoke.
John, can we look at your comics? No.
Get out of here.
Scram.
It's adult time. We're playing D&D. That's for adults, not for kids.
Yeah, mentally stunted, dude.
Well, stunted. I mean, you look at that Vito character, and Vito, it's like the cuties t-shirt. I mean, they're not cuties, but whatever that t-shirt he had, and just all that shit. It's like, who would be into like underage shit like that? Who would be into a kid's cartoon? You know, like, I mean, it's like I play video games with somebody.
Bluey. I enjoy Bluey only because
I don't even know what it is. Yeah, well, I don't even know what it is.
Only because like I'm sitting on the couch and my kids are watching it. Yeah, so it's like I know all the episodes and I know all the little fucking ins and outs of fucking Bluey because I've watched every episode like 20 times. Yeah, because my kids like my kids are like you guys want to watch me? Yeah, can we watch Bluey? I'm like, yeah, watch Bluey, you know. So I'm aware of Bluey, but yeah, I don't. It's like somebody who doesn't have kids, but and has tweeted about fucking kids is like wearing a blue shirt is man, yo.
Well, I got
nothing good to say about.
That's a whole different animal, and the tweeting out of those
his book,
ideas.
I got nothing good to say about him, his book, anything that he fucking does.
Yeah, it's weird that he pulled the same trick that everybody else is, but yeah, I mean the weird. I mean, like when I was a kid, I played video games online, and I'll talk to like guys that probably are like in their early 20s or teenagers, sometimes probably more like 20s. And I'm like, oh yeah, Rick and Morty, this back in the day. I'd be like, oh yeah, you see the Rick and Morty episode, we talk shit, you know, about that stuff. That seemed like me talking to young kids.
Hey man, I'm
talking about Rick and Morty. Okay, yeah. I thought it was
depressing. Cool. We're getting depressing.
No, we can talk about something else.
Well, people end it sub.
It affects us. I mean, if we're in this sphere of people, it sort of affects us to have Riley and these different people around that are just kind of. You know, Mint is not like a normal person, you know, and like we should tell her that. You know, we should tell her there's something wrong with what she's doing. You know, like we should tell these people there's something wrong with you. You know,
I think I told her. I was like, I mean, yeah, I don't.
Yeah, no, it's like I was gonna ask you. It's like you think that like that like is Raptor gonna punch like John Malin in the fucking head like when he sees him like. I thought that was a good topic to bring up, but
I mean,
is there going to be?
I don't know, like how much. I think Raptor is just like A-log in this stuff and is like covering this stuff, but like I don't know if he has any like
actual like hatred,
like real. Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, he's definitely like you could tell who he doesn't like, but I don't know. I don't think like he like starts swinging. You know, I think it's maybe a hobby, like an A-log hobby. I don't know, because like I don't ever hear fucking Raptor talking about fucking comics.
I think when John defended Katie, I think it became a fucking Well, it became a line in the sand right there.
I mean, Malin has a track record of just being a fucking homo about shit. So
yeah. I mean,
it's easy to make content. You know what I mean? If you're like, yo, I'm going to make content about like what these guys are doing, which I think that's kind of what he's just like covering the downfall. He's like Raptor is like a reporter in front of a fucking burning dumpster and is like talking to you about it.
I think he's generally pissed off at him. I think he generally hates those people. I think Pan probably feels completely betrayed by him. I think he was probably one of their biggest fans, and he supported him pretty good amount. And like he feels betrayed, like he feels like they just fucking stabbed him right in the back, which he's probably not wrong. You know, he's probably, you know.
I mean, you saw the whole like, you know, Pan was like, yeah, man, I think we're done, dude. I think we're breaking away, bro.
Yeah, I wasn't there for that, but I've heard him talk about it, and I could tell he was definitely heavily involved. He was definitely a friend of those people. He liked those people, and they let him down pretty good amount. But
I think for Anna, and there was like a Dynamite distribution deal, and they found out that like Dynamite was also sending money to BLM. I don't know, that this is all like fucking 7 years ago almost.
Yeah, but they doubled down on the whole thing, I guess, is probably the problem, right? They kind of like they just kept getting more. It was like that was the tip of the iceberg, and then it just keeps like crumbling down worse and worse and worse. And to make themselves seem like they're still like conservatives or whatever, they push these racist kind of retarded shit, on everybody, trying to hope to get some traction. Like, oh, we have like Vito over here and we have Riley over here, but we hate Eric July now. You're like, I don't know. I mean, Eric July kind of did take advantage of him in some ways, in my opinion.
You think so?
Some way, well, I think he knew what he was going to do the whole time, and that he basically knew he was going to peel off part of their audience and then kind of fuck them, I think, to a certain degree. Because, but I think Ethan did the exact same thing to confiscate himself. So he didn't see it coming, I guess. I think Ethan did the same thing.
There was some overlapping in the audiences of Comicsgate and Eric July, because Eric July was saying some stuff that was very Comicsgatey, complaining about the mainstream and shit. But
right.
I don't know. So I don't know if he was like taking advantage of them. I mean, he was paying them exactly what they asked for the artwork. Like, he got the cover from Shane Davis.
Well, I think they thought
Shane Davis was like, I want this much, and he fucking gave it to him. And it came down to like I remember seeing it, like Dick Masterson just like talking mad shit about Eric July's book before he'd even read it and hadn't read it. And Eric July is like, yeah, I don't need to take fucking criticism from a guy who hasn't read my book. Like, if like my first interaction with this guy is like, talking shit, but he hasn't read the book. Like, I don't need to listen to that.
Oh, I'm not saying Eric July is a bad dude. I think he's actually a good dude, but I'm just saying that he's like, I think the situation is that like,
I don't know if he's a good dude or bad dude. You know what I mean? But I would totally agree with somebody.
He was going to do his own thing, and he kind of like, he sat there and got just sort of like pulled a lot of stuff out of Ethan and pulled a lot of stuff out of Shane. Saying,
Ethan thought that he was going to get that audience, right? Ethan thought that there was going to be some
exactly.
There was going to be some of his stuff buying. That's why he did the cover.
Yeah, I think Ethan figured out that he's not gonna play the game with them.
I don't know what fucking reality where it's okay to like take criticism for something you've done from somebody who like hasn't even fucking looked at your shit. You know what I mean? Like, I'm gonna critique a movie you worked on, but I've never seen it. Like, who the fuck are you?
I think he actually had read the comic book. I think that it was.
I don't think he had at that point. I think
the argument he made was that you're defending a comic. I think that was Dick's argument, was that they hadn't read the comic book that they were saying they liked, where he actually had read the comic book, but maybe he hadn't read it either. Maybe nobody.
When he was first saying something, he hadn't read it. He was like going off of what somebody else was saying, but then he did read it and was like, yeah, well, everything I said was true. Everything,
the clips
all
I said was true. Yeah, the clips I've seen, he goes to that, some of the girls, they're part of that little scene, and he's all, well, what do you think about all this? And they're like, well, we don't think much about it. He's like, and then he starts questioning about it, and it becomes pretty apparent they hadn't read the comic book, but they're still saying how they think the comic book's good, and his assessments are wrong, and that's where it got kind of like shady a little bit, like, and
people were like, well, what's your favorite part of Isom?
Yeah, stuff like that. Like, why doesn't he fly and this kind of weird shit? Like, if he's a superhero, why is he?
It seemed like Eric was like, I'm not gonna listen to some fucking dude, which is his fucking decision. It's his decision. It's his prerogative to fucking not listen to somebody. And I guess Ethan was like, yeah, you should listen. And Eric was like, I'm not gonna fucking listen. And then it just kind of deteriorated.
Ethan never did that either. I don't think Ethan never told him to listen to him. Ethan just sort of backed away from the whole situation, and then he kind of went in the back room, and then came out later that he was against him. But it wasn't that organic.
There was some kind of night letter, like, hey, like Eric July is saying, he like sent him a DM.
Yeah, I don't think that really. That's Ethan. That's the way Ethan's portrayed the situation, but I don't think it's that organic. I think he decided that he just decided one day that he was going to switch sides and he basically was like, I'm going to go against Eric, and just decided that one day.
And going against and again, if Ethan wants to like go up against Eric, that's one thing, but to just like weaponize the whole movement, against Eric, I thought was kind of stupid. Like, I was, when he started doing those trash casts, like me and Ethan were still talking.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like, and I even said something to him. I was like, like we're in fucking week 2 of these fucking trash casts. Like it's fucking getting boring. Like who fucking cares? That was my opinion. I was like, if you have a problem with them, like, like talk your shit, but like move on to like other stuff. Like don't turn your whole show into, the Eric July hate train, which that really turned off a lot of people. A lot of people fucking bounced.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's hard to say, the whole situation. I wasn't really part of the situation before that, so I don't know. I caught into it after that, but I kind of got the impression that Eric didn't really know what he was doing, and Ethan's authentic in that he didn't actually understand that, like, he didn't understand the comic industry and didn't understand comic books that well. It was like more of a amateur, like a fucking hobbyist coming in. Mm-hmm. So there wasn't a lot of respect to be had in that respect, but still, like, he did business with him. He did all these things. You can't, like, I couldn't like go work for somebody for 10 years and then just one day say, fuck you, I'm going to fuck you over. It's not really, you kind of have to have some reasoning for it. And he didn't really ever do that. He just, I mean, it looked like he was a carpetbagger to a certain degree. Like, there's no real reason for Eric to wet his feet in this area. He had been doing music. He had been doing all these other things.
Shocker.
What reasons would he be in this thing? But I mean, in that same respect, I kind of get Ethan's point of view is that, there's no reason for you to be here. You're not, you're just, why don't you promote comic books that are, why don't you find an artist that's a quality artist and promote them instead of actually trying to do your own thing. I get that part, but I didn't really read his comic books, so I don't know if they're good. I know he has Chuck Dixon working for him now, and I know he's pretty popular, so maybe there's more to it. Maybe his comic books are good. So
I mean, whatever like drama or beef they had between each other, it's become one way. And it's become fucking sad. Like it's just one person yelling about the other guy and the other guy not mentioning him or talking about him.
If you win, I think Eric won, so he has no reason to argue with him. He's beating him. Why even give him any air? Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, in like I said before, it's like, Ethan's got to the point where the only argument he has is that he's black or that, he does these black things. It's just not something that's going to resonate with most audiences. It's like having a shit talk.
And it's also funny to like shit talk somebody who's like, oh, this guy's never made any comics before. Dude, that's like most of Comicsgate. 90% of Comicsgate are people who haven't made a comic book before and were like stepping up and making their dream happen. Like, I don't think like Bancroft wasn't making comic books before he came to Comicsgate. I think he was like a graphic artist in the screen printing industry. So he was like, yeah, I'm gonna fucking let's it's time to make our move. Let's make some comic books.
Yeah. I mean, I get that idea. And I think it's that Eric made them a lot of money. And if you didn't make a lot of money, it'd probably be a different story. And he, his connection to a lot of like important people, that trumped everything that Ethan was doing. So I kind of get his point of view that like these guys are, this is there's a livelihood. This is all Ethan can do. Ethan can't be a YouTuber or be a musician or do whatever else that Eric July does. Eric July does a lot of things. So he doesn't have that ability to move around where Eric does. So it didn't make a lot of sense for him to be in there, but he's been successful. So obviously he's doing something right and knows what he's doing.
Yeah. I mean, he's again, I'm not trying to fucking defend Eric July, but it seems like he's done everything that Ethan talked about doing. At one point I remember Ethan like walking around the warehouse that he got and was like showing all the stuff that he was going to do. Like, I don't know what's up with the warehouse now. He said he was going to start a crowdfunding. That fucking never happened. There's just like a lot of shit that Ethan said he was going to do. It seems like Eric has gone ahead and done them.
Well, and Eric actually has gone out to the community of people, like same with Richard Myers, and grabbed people and had them and gave them work. Ethan's never done that until recently. Maybe he did a little bit, but not very successfully. And that'd be it. It's like if he had taken those guys like John, and I think John was trying to do that in the beginning for what people told me. He was trying to mentor people. If he had taken younger people and try to help them, and then you would have that loyalty. You'd have those people. He didn't do that. And so without the loyalty and those things, you're kind of fucked. It's like you're kind of like you're on your own because you don't have this. Like it's like he could have put Ethan in Confiscate could put out more comic books easily than Eric July could because they have all these people and they're all working, but they didn't the community. They didn't do anything. They just sort of said, hey, this is all my money and I'm going to keep all my money. I'm going to live in my house and you're not going to have anything. And you're bad people. It's the peasants thing that they talk about all the time. It's just stupid. It's a bad way of doing business, man. It's just like
it is bad. And like they don't realize it. Like there is a whole entire indie comics industry. Like Comicsgate is fucking
small. Yeah.
It's small as fuck, and it's just getting smaller and smaller and smaller. While indie comics are just fucking, they're just out there.
Yeah, no, you go on fucking Kickstarter or Indiegogo, and you see like tons of stuff that you never would have seen through Confiscate. But
dude, most comic conventions, like most comic book conventions, 90% of the shit you see is independent, right? You'll have like your Marvel booth, you'll have your DC booth, your Image, Dark Horse, but then the rest of the fucking convention are a bunch of other smaller creators trying to pump out their stuff and sell their shit.
Dude, like if Ethan and those guys didn't get mad at like Patrick and Vaughn, those guys go to conventions all the time. They could literally, Shane or John or whoever doesn't want to go to the convention, Ethan, if he can't make a convention, they could sell his comic book. They could pull up a fucking iPad with Ethan on it and they could do a FaceTime with somebody and say, oh, dude, you want to buy my comic book? I'm going to sign it for you, dude. I'm going to give me your name. I'm going to send you a copy. I'm going to sign it. Or I can sell you this. You could do face-to-face times, even that he couldn't be at the convention because he has these friends, quote unquote friends, and they're going to these conventions like Vaughn or Patrick or Millions or even, Tucci or somebody else like that. But they just don't, it's that thinking that, we're on our own. We're not working with, we're not part of a team, where Eric July doesn't do that. Eric July is open and it's more of a business, and he has the Salsa sisters there. He doesn't say you're getting too big for Rippaverse, Saska sisters, you're too big, you're getting bigger than me, so you better keep quiet, which what they gonna do there. He goes, no, he just promotes them and says, you're with me, so we're all together. And yeah,
what's funny is like I wouldn't know most of these characters if it wasn't for Ethan.
Oh yeah, that story. Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like I wouldn't know fucking Yara. I probably wouldn't know fucking Horseman. Like, you know what I mean? Like I probably wouldn't know any of these characters if it wasn't for the constant fucking
rent fucking free. Huh?
Yeah, dude,
fucking free. No, I mean, I think the comic book, him doing a cover, Shane and Ethan doing a cover, and then the comic blowing up and making more money than their comic books, just fucking killed them. It just destroyed their fucking world, dude. And
if he had,
I understood it. I understand. It's like it's like some dude fucking amateur came in fucking and just basically got you to do a cover for him. So now everybody thinks you're involved in the comic book. You promoted on your series. He just did everything. He basically played every card right, and just and you're just like, you're just making a ton of money, and you're this professional that needs this money, and you're just like, yeah.
I mean, Ethan could have just fucking shrugged it off, like the whole like Dick Masterson, Eric July thing. Like Ethan could have just taken a step back and not fucking gotten involved at all.
Yeah, I
you know
mean,
what I mean? Like, yo, these two guys are fucking going at it. Like, that's not my fucking, that's not my circus, not my monkeys. And that's not a jab at fucking Eric July. I'm just saying, like, that's a fucking.
I mean, I would just say that, like, it's a good example. It's a good lesson in life that, he couldn't affect that. He didn't have the ability to affect Eric July's business as much as he tried. And all it did was just tear himself down. He just destroyed his own business. So, yeah. I mean, it just didn't make a lot of sense.
Like, what's the end game? That's why I'm always just like, what's the fucking end game? Like, what's your final goal? Like, why are you doing this? Why are you doing? And I've asked that on both sides. Like, yo, you guys are fucking doing like multiple A-logs on him. Like, what's your goal? Like, do you want Ethan to fucking leave the internet? Like, what are you trying? What's
you mean with like War Campaign or something?
Yeah, well, not but just like with Raptor, basically. You know what I mean? Just like I have no problem with War Campaign. I love those guys.
I think Raptor wants to become a excuse me, a stock car racer or something like that. I think that's what his dream is. I don't think he can.
But you know what I mean? It was like, like the fucking new shit is kind of funny, you know what I mean? But then after a while, it's just like, yo, guys are just fucking A-logging. Like you're just like the opposite coin of fucking Trashcast. Like Trashcast is just like A-log and shit, and then you just like, okay, then you guys are just gonna A-log. But I don't know, like
it's the same story as your thing with Liam lying about you. I think it's just like I think the guys in War Campaign saw that Ethan had lied about them and accused him of all sorts of crazy shit, and then got his fans to attack him, and so they probably just moved back and then sort of said, do we want to do anything about this? And at first, probably just like, Wiggle stepped away and did nothing about it. He eventually came back, and they're just like, well, we're ready to fuck you up. You're ready for a fight? We'll give you a fight.
That's why,
only Ethan started the fight.
I have like whatever my issues are with Raptor have nothing to do with the rest of War Campaign guys. They're fucking.
What's your issue with Raptor?
Fucking awesome, huh?
What's your issue with Raptor?
And like I've already talked to him about it, you know what I mean? But I guess I wish he had like pushed back on Liam a little bit when he was on the show. Like he just kind of let Liam say whatever the fuck he wanted, especially with like shit that he knew wasn't true. Like, do I expect everybody to defend me fucking every stream when somebody says something? No, I don't. But like, if you're talking to Liam about striking people's channels, and he's saying he hasn't struck anybody in 5 years, but you know that he's struck my channel, I feel like that would have been something to be brought up, but it wasn't. And the only reason why I'm like, what the fuck is because I would have. And like I feel like that's where I'm just like, what the fuck? Because if I was sitting on a stream with Liam and he was lying about Raptor, I'd have called it out instantly. Like, that's not true. You fucking, I've never struck anybody. That's a lie. You fucking struck Raptor. You know what I mean? I would have fucking I would have like gave some pushback, but there didn't seem to be any pushback. It seemed like Raptor was cupping his fucking tits. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, when I heard it, and I'll just say it like this: it's like I know Pan's been in his chat, and he's been trying to like talk to him, and so I don't know what reason Pan's over there, if Pan and him have a history or what. And I know
Pan and Raptor, they like know each other. Raptor's like old. Raptor's old.
No, Roger was a mod for him, but I'm saying Pan listens to, will go into Liam's chat.
Oh yeah.
So he's been doing that recently for what he says. So I don't know. I mean, it's like
they're friends. I mean, you can't be like, hey man, you can't be friends with Liam. I mean, they have like Liam doesn't do any weird shit with Pan, and Pan, they're it is what it is.
Well, I mean, I'll say this, like, I mean, when I was listening to it, I was like, it's just hearing Liam talk about stuff. And I actually reached out to him a long time ago and said, do you need any help? Because he seemed like he was spiraling out of control before Ethan kind of saved him. And I was like, do you need some help? Because, like if you need somebody to draw a cover or draw some pages for you or do something, I'll definitely help you out, dude. Because, I saw him spiraling out of control. I just felt sorry for the guy because I thought he was, he was having problems. And he just like, you could tell there's just like, no, no, no. I don't think it's about anything more than he's an internet personality. And that's his internet person. He doesn't give a shit about comic books. Doesn't give a shit about. And when I see him on there and he's talking to those people, I don't listen to him at all. And I don't really like the guy. And it just reminds me about how I don't like him. I mean, and I think most of the people that were in the audience, in Raptor's audience, for what I saw Raptor pull up, don't like Liam. And they think he's unauthentic kind of person. He's a liar. And so they're just like, fuck him. Like he'd come in and he tries his little spiel and he tries to be all nice to people. But in all honesty, I think he's just, people see right through, especially now they know him. And I think I saw like the other day, for a second, I tuned over to see what Dark Gift was doing. And Dark Gift was like fucking talking about, they were EFAP fucking Liam, like the fucking FF for fuck's sake or something like that. Sorry,
yeah, the
water. Yeah,
the dwarfs.
Well, they were fucking with him, and so
that's all they do, bro. That like
they're going over other shit for I saw.
It's like they go back and forth. Either they're shit talking Frog Tony or they go back to Liam. It's like it's those two. It's those two fucking subjects every evening. It's either fucking Liam or Frog Tony.
I don't think anybody has really pushed back against Liam. I think they just see him as an asshole. Honestly, I think they see him as a grifter, and so they're like, "Fuck him." In all honesty, this is my opinion.
Well, they were friends with him, and then they realized what kind of person he was, and then it just spirals from there. Right?
Maybe. I think
they're all like, I thought, like one gun will be like, I believed Liam. Everything Liam was saying, I fucking believed him, and now I'm finding out everything he fucking said was a lie. And it's like,
maybe I wouldn't. Most of these people, it's all hysterics and.
Yeah,
insane. I wouldn't. They're all doing it for clout. They're all YouTubers. They don't give a shit about comic books. And so I mean, it's the same thing with Liam. I don't think I got the impression when I was talking to him, he didn't care about putting a comic book out. He didn't care that he needed pages to get. He didn't care he needed cover.
If he did, he'd have his book. If he really cared about getting his shit out, he would get his shit out.
He just cares about the drama. Yeah, he cares about the online drama and cares about just being a fucking asshole and just
dopamine hits. Yeah,
somehow Liam. He thinks that if he does enough shit, that like Ethan's going to save him. And that's why it's like that's what I got from the situation. I don't really, it's like I feel sorry for the guy more than anything else. I think most people do. I think they get to a point where they're just like, yeah, what a fucking retard. It's like
I didn't have I had heard about him, but I didn't have a problem with him until he came back to Comicsgate and started fucking lying about me. It was like, what the fuck, bro? Like, I don't even fucking know you. Why are you causing drama? Why are you starting shit with me? I mean, I guess I said that and then I fucking went at him, but whatever. All right, I'm gonna wrap it up. Normally, Freaking Awesome Show, we don't talk about this shit.
We were talking about other shit before that.
It makes me fucking. It's depressing. It's depressing as fuck.
Yeah, no. Well, I mean, in all honesty, it's like therapy or something like, right? You talk it out and you fucking get over it.
Yeah. But it's just like
I wouldn't honestly. It's like the dude's lower than you.
Total waste of time.
Yeah, dude. I mean, like, did you get caught like tracing? No. Did you get caught doing any of the shit he does? No. I mean, he's in such a fucking terrible place, dude. You have to just like feel sorry for the guy. I mean, he's just like, he just can't get out of his own way. It's just like, it's just like fucking, hey, dude.
Dude, I remember he was like, you fucking don't even do your own books. You fucking, like, you have to get somebody else to fucking print your books for you. And I was just like, all right, well, let's do a fucking solo challenge. Like, you do everything for your book. You fucking write it, you fucking draw it, you design it, and you fucking start the campaign. And I'll do the same thing, and then we'll see how it goes. And he fucking, like, totally fucking fucked off with that. He was like, he went from you're not making your own comic books to comic books are collaborative art. It's like, what the fuck then? What do you like? Why, you know?
Why would he, you know, the comic book artists he gets involved with are all these weird parasocial relationships or these weird relationships that he has with people where they're just like, I don't know. It's like,
dude, I asked him one time, we were on a stream and I was like, name a fucking, like, how many artists have you had? How many artists have you worked for you? And it was like, and how many have you had unnecessary, inappropriate fucking interactions with? And it was like more than one, right? It was like, well, this and then this. And I was just like, bro, one is too many. You know what I mean? Like, one is too many. Like, name one person that you worked with who isn't like has horror stories about you or is fucking totally like sprinted in the opposite direction.
Yeah, it's just not about the comic books for him. It's not about creating a great story. It's not about putting out a comic book. It's all secondary to this internet
like
drama.
Weird control shit. Yeah, but he's got some weird control shit going on too.
Scene. He wants to be involved in the scene. He wants to mix it up with people. And that's more important than putting out a comic book. And that's probably the same story for a lot of the people in Confiscate. They'd rather be involved in the drama than they would put out a comic book. You know, that's sort of the problem. It's a big problem.
The drama was fun when it was directed outward.
Well,
when you're like, you know, you're shit talking SJWs, and you know, you're like, oh, I don't know. It was just, you know, SG fighting the people on the internet who were against Comicsgate was kind of fun, but now it's just like people in Comicsgate fighting with other people in Comicsgate.
Well, once the money starts getting smaller, people want more of the pie, so they have to start doing that.
Money didn't have. I mean, the pie didn't have to shrink. All people had to do was deliver their books, and the number of people who haven't delivered on their books is fucking insane.
I don't understand, like, when I see people do alternate covers, like multiple covers for a comic book, or they do like new versions that they re-release a comic book with a new cover. It's like, it's not about reading a comic book. It's not about putting story out. It's about like collectors and that's just terrible. A terrible business model. It just
that kind of fucked up the comic book industry in the 90s when they were putting out all these different variant covers and, you know, the speculation bubble, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
My kids through college, if I have enough fucking Youngblood #1s.
Well, yeah. I mean, they feed into that, and like, I don't know. It's a weird dynamic of like, you know, should people be able to make money on stuff, and should people, you know, I mean, sure, I sold my comic book collection when I was like, 21. I made a shit ton of money. So I was like,
would you sell like a bunch of long boxes?
Yeah. Some guy thought they were worth a lot of money. And I kind of, like, my friend was like, dude, the market's about to die, dude. You should just dump everything. And I go, really? He goes, yeah, dude. He's all, fuck that. He's all, you don't need it. He's all, unless, I was like, yeah, you read all this stuff? I was like, yeah, I read all this stuff. And the guy was just like, yeah, I'll buy, he just gave me, he's like, I'll buy this whole box for this. And I was like, all right, fuck it. Yeah. I mean, I was into playing music, so I didn't give a shit. I was like, I'm gonna go play music. And I bought.
Yeah, I can't give up my long boxes. I can't do it.
I look back, I wish I had my comic books, but you can read everything online for free anyways now. So it's like,
yeah, I know, but the tactile feeling of newsprint, you know, the smell of fucking newsprint is the shit. Yeah. But I have like a whole bunch of comic books that were like hand-me-downs. Like I had an uncle. It was like in the 70s. He was like maybe 5 or 6 years older than me or whatever. Like he held, I'm trying to think of how old he was, but he ended up dying of leukemia, and he was like 13.
Damn, yeah.
And he held me, like there's a photo of him holding me, and he's like this little blonde-haired kid, and he was a huge comic book fan. And I'm talking fucking Suicide Squad #1. I mean, like, I've got some old Spider-Man, some old Thor. I've got like fucking dope ass fucking comics, but some of them are a little dog-eared. You could tell like Nathan read them. You know what I mean? Like you open up, you know, the Spider-Man 38, and you can see there's been coupons cut out, you know, or like, you know, he's like written his name, you know, on something, you know, in the address, you know what I mean? So like they're like, I can't imagine fucking like getting rid of those.
Dude, comic books were like throwaway items back in the day. I mean, they nobody
Yeah.
considered them collector items. They were just like throwaway.
So
You would
now
just
like most of
read them
these
on the
comic
school
books
bus.
are like sentimental value in a way of like, man,
Only
if only
because
this fucking dude had lived, if only fucking this guy had lived, like, oh my God, how fucking awesome would it have been to have like an uncle who was just like fucking, you know, just totally into the Marvel comics and shit, you know? Because he had a couple of DC, but that kid was just fucking straight Marvel all the way.
well, it probably inspired you to become like fucking get into
Well,
comics. You know?
yeah, like you know, I had gotten some of the comic books when I was a kid. So when I was like a really little kid, like I had gotten some hand-me-down comic books, and that's how I started how I started reading comic books. It was like some hand-me-downs, like somebody just here's a fucking stack of comic books, you know. Fuck, cool, thanks. And then once you know, you start like making connections with names, like, oh, there's people who fucking make comics, so that's their job. Like that's what I want that job.
Yeah. I mean, I had like similar experiences. I just like we had a lot of comic book shops, and we had like it was kind of like you'd go to different places and you'd see like we had like
Meow.
yeah, my cat, and like we would go to like flea markets, and they had like because it's like there was like all these Japanese manga books. Like this is a long time ago when manga no you couldn't buy manga at all. You had to go to Japantown to get manga, and like it was like all this crazy shit. Like we were just always like finding something new, something crazy that we had never seen before, and like yeah, it was like comic books were important things. Like they're important cultural icons, like movies were, and people were way into them. It was really it's a weird world to think about nowadays. People love comic books, and it was like yeah, it's different world now. It's like, but yeah, it's like it's like you said, the people like your uncle. There was plenty of people that just like, well, dude, comic books are fucking gold. Like I could hold on to this. That's the most amazing thing I've ever had.
Yeah.
And it was weird, but yeah, the reason why these people hold on to it is because comic books nowadays suck, and stories suck, and people don't relate to them. They don't like they don't see Batman as like,
I mean, I'm hearing that some of the new books are getting good. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, Zach is talking about they're starting to put out some decent stuff again, but I don't know, man. The last time I went to the comic book store, I bought like Amazing Spider-Man Volume 3 or something. You know what I mean? I like bought like a collected thing of like older comics.
Was that like the McFarlane era or something like that?
No. It's like Gil Kane shit. Like it's like they're like printing like Spider-Man from the 60s.
Oh, okay.
Shit. You know what I mean? Like the first ones are Ditka, like Volume 1 is Ditka, Volume 2 was somebody. But right now I'm like reading like Gil Kane Spider-Man stuff, and I'm fucking loving it.
Well, the characters are just good. Like, I mean, those original characters, they're still around, and they've never been replaced. Which is
the artwork is just fucking. I don't know. There was a part where like early comic books, like the artwork kind of sucked, but then they like kind of hit a point where like, damn, then it all got real good.
Yeah, like people always say that the 80s, but I think it was the 70s that led into the 80s.
It was like the 70s, dude. The 70s was the shit.
It seemed to peak in the 80s, but it was definitely the 70s was like when those guys started. Like a lot of those guys got their start. They were doing their own thing, but yeah. I mean, yeah, like my picture is Sankovic from like fucking Letter Assassin. That was like fucking. I remember seeing Sankovic's work when I was a kid and just being fucking blown away. I was like, man, yeah. We should end the stream.
Yeah, I'm wrapping it up. Yeah, I mean, I had like some manga, but it's like creme de la creme manga. You know what I mean? Like I have Akira, I've got Robotech stuff, I've got Battle Angel Alita. You know what I mean? Like I've got like Lone Wolf and Cub. Like I have like older stuff that's more. I don't like that like weekly dog shit, that Dino King looking dog shit. I fucking
yeah. When I was a kid, like the manga I would see, and it was it was probably from like people that immigrated to like California, and they were just selling stuff at flea markets. It was like just giant long boxes, and it was like some Asian dude just selling them. Like we once we found this guy at the flea market, me and my buddies would go there like every weekend and go and try pulling shit. You know, we'd get enough money, we'd go buy more books. But it was really weird stuff. Like the manga we would buy was like action packed. It was all just this action, bloody action kind of shit. It was really cool. It was like cyborgs and just crazy, stupid shit like that. You know, like Robotech stuff. You know, it was. You know, I don't remember ever being in like popular books. It was all this really obscure kind of weird manga. And it was like I remember like I've looked them up trying to find what they were, and it's like I never seen them again. I've never seen them. Ever.
Jam, dude. Robotech was the shit.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was part of the culture, I guess. But yeah, it's like the idea of these mech warriors and stuff is cool. Yeah, Voltron was cool. It was interesting. Yeah,
I gotta pee.
Yeah, you get out.
I pee now. I'm like standing up because well, yo, man, thank you so much for stopping by.
Yeah, man, good talking,
dude. And thank you for the chat. Thank you for the wonderful 18 people who are watching. I love my 18 people. You guys will always be here. Appreciate it. So I'll see you guys later. Be brave. Keep drawing. Have fun. All right. Peace. Peace. Pieces.